Everybody over here so we can get started. It's 3:30. We want to stay on time this afternoon if we can. All right. Well, welcome everyone. I'm happy to bring this meeting back together. We've had some sessions already this morning, and we're going to continue this afternoon with a presentation by Treaty 8. And just a little bit of detail on Treaty 8. It was signed in 1899 at a location just south of Gruard, Alberta, and it covers an area of northern Alberta, parts of British Columbia, Saskatchewan, and the Northwest Territories. And in Alberta, there are 24 First Nations in Treaty 8 territory. Grand Prairie, High Level, and Fort McMurray on Treaty 8 territory. And these First Nations are comprised of Cree and Dene language groups. And I'm very proud to say that my constituency is in Treaty 8 territory, and I communicate with many of the First Nations in that area. So I'd like to introduce our presenters, Shauna Cutt and Debbie LaRiviere. But instead of introducing everybody, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go around, have everybody introduce themselves. That makes it a little bit easier. So I'm Debbie Jabour. I'm the MLA for Peace River and chair of this panel.
Do we want to pass this around? Hi, I'm Craig Coulahan, the MLA for Calgary-Klein.
I'm Bruce McLaurin from the University of Calgary. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'm Nicole Goring, MLA for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Hanupe, I think I've said it correctly. Dene? Okay. Okay, welcome. And my name is Maria Fitzpatrick, and I'm from Lethbridge East.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. Appreciate your presence. I'm Peter Choate from Mount Royal University.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Clark. I'm from Treaty 7 territory, the MLA in Calgary Elbow, and it's an honor to have you all here with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Debbie LaRiviere, and I'm a director for the Lesser Slave Lake Indian Regional Council. I'm also and was a band designate, and we live down the lake shore, Lesser Slave Lake, and it's Tanse, it's Cree.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is April Isidore. I'm the Driftpaw First Nation designate. I'm also elected leader of for my community. What else are we supposed to answer? No.
Good afternoon, Tanse. My name is Gloria Fable from the Big Stone Cree Nation, Wabasca, Alberta. I'm a band designate for our nation, and pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tanse. My name is Donna Kreutzer, and I represent the Athabasca Tribal Council. So it's the Four Nations up north, which is based out of Fort McMurray, Alberta, and also we have a sub-office here in Edmonton, so I'm back and forth in both areas.
Good afternoon. My name is Shauna Cutt. I'm the band designate for Tall Cree Tribal Government, which is up north near Fort Vermilion. And I'm also the Director of Social Development for our nation. It's good to be here. Nice to see all of you.
My name is Graham Such. I'm the MLA for Calgary Shaw, so the south end of the city.
Hi, Patty Labucan Benson. I grew up on Treaty 6 in St. Paul, Alberta. I work for Native Counseling Services of Alberta. Nice to see everybody.
Hi, I'm David Hanson. I'm the MLA for Lac La Biche, St. Paul, Two Hills, and also the Shadow Minister for Aboriginal Relations.
Good afternoon. Thank you for making the trek from wherever you came from. Is it Danse? Thank you. Welcome. David Swan, Calgary Mountain View.
We have two microphones on this end, so we'll pass them around there when we get to questions. Well, welcome. I'm very happy to have all of you here. And I think we're ready to just go right into it. We'll have you make your presentations and add any kind of comments that you want to, and then afterwards we'll have entertain some questions from the panel. So go ahead.
So I'll start. I've been the director of Lesser Slave Lake Regional Council since 2000. In 2004, we started talking about the band designate and its services, how we can provide services to our kids that are in care, off reserve, and how we can connect them back to their First Nations or even connect them to family. So that's kind of what we've been doing over the years. There's been no funding for this position, if you call it. And so everybody's some of the directors are not here. They're also band designates. They've been involved with their kids that live off reserve for many years as well. We've been just taking on that extra role because we feel it's important to keep our kids connected, let them know where they're from, and work with them, work with the workers, the CFSA workers that live in Edmonton and all over Alberta, basically. So that's how kind of the role I've been in. And so now the bands for the Lesser Slave Lake have decided they want to, and it was too much for me, so they've decided that they need their own band designate to keep their kids connected, etc. So that's what they've been doing. And April is the band designate for Sucker Creek. I don't have the band designate here for Drift Pile. I don't have the band designate here for Sucker Creek. I do have a band designate for Swan River and Capowino, and they couldn't make it as well. So I've been working with the band designates now for a little while. They're pretty new to the positions. So we've been trying to get some training for them and making them aware of what the band designate role is all about. So we haven't even really touched on what happens when a child dies in your care. And we have had children die at our First Nations. However, they haven't been directly related to the CFSA or the DFNA. So they haven't been in care. So even though they're not in care, it has a huge impact on all of us because we're all related and we all live in the communities. So it's a big undertaking when that happens, and it's hard. It hits us hard as an agency because sometimes we do get the blame. You know, people are saying, well, Child and Family or the DFNA didn't do their job. And, you know, we can't predict what's going to happen with children, and we can't prevent sometimes deaths. So it's been a battle, you know, when a child dies in care. It's a big battle for everybody. So I'll let the panel talk a little bit about what they want to talk about with their role, and we can go from there.
Like I said, this is just a newly position for me, but it sounds like an exciting role, a challenging role. I'm really excited to be that bridge for children who are living off reserve and ensuring that their cultural needs are met. Very important that they have that connection with their identity. As well as networking with fellow designates. I understand Debbie had mentioned it already about funding. And I brought this up before about funding that is targeted for training and travel and that sort of stuff, but there's not really much said about dealing with the family of a loss at the point of impact, like the people involved, like the DFNA, the social worker, you know, the designate, all that, because it's impacted. And I think in many cases, if there's a lot of children who are on that caseload, the designate caseload or workers caseload, that area that is not really paid attention to. I think at some level the workers are expected to be robots and to target mostly data-based information rather than emotional connection. So if you want to deal with children and any kind of trauma, anything, I think that's where we have to start, and having to help them wherever they're living. Yeah, thanks.
I've been working as a band designate for 2 years now. It first started with a pilot project, and the pilot project ended after a year, and then the second year I got a bit of funding, but I find that funding is not enough to meet as to what I'm required to do. I do a lot of traveling. Most of my cases are in Edmonton. Big Stone has the highest number. When I first started, I had 120 cases of children in care off reserve. So when I first started, I went at it blindly because I wasn't given like a guideline or a job description. I was appointed by the chief and council, and they approached me and said that we need a band designate. We need to find out where our children are at. So I started from there, began notifying the caseworkers. And one of my biggest challenges as a band designate is not to have access to the ISIS, they call it, or the computer system. I am not able to look into the files. All I was given was an ID number. And that ID number doesn't help me. So then I would have to look for the caseworker that has access to that, and then we go from there. Then I notify the caseworkers. I believe it took me at least 1 year before I got a grasp of what I should be doing, and also to be able to communicate with the caseworkers, the supervisors, and let them know that my job is to look for these children, find out where they're at, how long they've been in the system, and where our children are at. So I have had no experience regarding child death review. I believe that when I first started as a band designate, I needed training. Like some of the band designates are not, we don't have the social work degree. So it took me at least 1 year to grasp the terminology, I should say. When the caseworkers started talking to me, they said, oh yeah, this child's been PGO for this many years. And then, what is PGO? So I had to learn the hard way. Now I have a little bit of knowledge. Now they're asking me, you need to join, you need to support us at the JDR. Okay, what is a JDR? So I'm still learning. So, but it's very challenging. I face a lot of obstacles, and the communication is not always there with the caseworkers. And now I have a good filing system, I believe, and the consults I'm having quarterly, which is good. I still need to look for some more caseworkers. But yeah, that's where I'm at. Funding is a big issue. I'm limited to traveling because of funding. I'm 3-4 hours away from Edmonton, and most of my files are from Edmonton. So if there was more funding, I would be traveling quite a bit. Some of my travels bring me to Grand Prairie, Peace River, surrounding areas like Slave Lake, Athabasca. And the other reason why I would like to touch on funding is there's no money for cultural planning, cultural activities. The funding that I have only does a bit of my salary and a little bit of travel that I can do, but no extra money for cultural activities. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Is it working? Okay. So I'll just kind of give you a little bit of a brief overview of me. Like I said earlier, my name is Donna Kreutzer. My entire family is from up in the Fort McMurray area. Majority of my family from the 468 First Nation. Grew up in the city with my grandmother and all my family up north. And later, when I grew up and got married, I ended up moving to BC and lived there for another 20-some years. So then I always had this urge or desire to move back to my community, back to snowy Edmonton, which no one in BC could believe I'd want to do, but all my family was here. And for me, I have 4 children, and although I'm in a healthy relationship, and I've been married for 20 years, and kids have, you know, the ideal home, mom and dad, they lacked the biggest thing, which was family. So I made it my goal that somehow I was going to move back. I worked for Child Family Services at Chilliwack Yothmeath and decided that it was time for me to move back home. So made it my goal, move back. I got hired with ATC in May as the band designate and arrived there the day of the fire, when the fire was like this big, and was then sent to Edmonton for a meeting that we had with band designates May 2nd or 3rd, I believe, the day after the fire. And then everything kind of broke loose, and all the files and everything was up in McMurray. I had no access to everything, and I was literally, here's, you know, the information, kind of go at it. Thankfully, with my previous experience with Child and Family Services in BC, I had some experience, but to understand the exact role of the band designate was a challenge even for myself. Like she said, just having identified numbers, no names, social worker, which meant nothing because they changed quite a bit. So that was a struggle. Now, being said, how many months later, I definitely know my role, and I'm very aware of how I want things to go in my process that I have with social workers. And it's been kind of mixed reviews. I've had some social workers who are phenomenal, and they're really excited that I'm here and I'm involved and they're helping me, and I have others who have no clue what a band designate is, what a skeleton file is, why am I here, and what's my part. So I'm having to educate kind of as I'm going the social workers as well, which is a big struggle. With my kind of steps as the band designate that I've been doing, now mind you, I wasn't shadowing anyone or, you know, had any previous band designate. I've been basically talking to my peers, finding out what I can and cannot do, going through my experience in BC. And it's what I've been trying to do and make myself fully accessible to the social workers. Now I'm in a different situation with these ladies that I'm able to get a sub-office that we just got here because the majority of my caseloads are here. I have over 100 and I'm one person. I know social workers, you know, at their top maybe 20, 30, even that's high, but I'm like 100. So I always joke that I need 2 or 3 of me to get the kind of work that I want done for these kids. So what I've been doing right now is meeting the social workers, having a consult, actually getting the physical file, going through the file with the social worker and reviewing what they have done for that child. Seeing if there's genograms, culture plans, seeing if there's anything done with family, connections, relatives, seeing if they're registered, if they can be registered. I know a lot of social workers don't understand that just because you're registered doesn't mean you're a band member. I've been in contact with bands, and they had no idea these children were born or even in care because the message isn't being relayed back to the band. So I've been working on that, but there's so many kids. And at the same time, a lot of my information is with the band, and they're busy, and getting membership and getting information from them, that's also becomes a delay among the delays with the social workers and how busy they are in getting. So it's been a struggle. Once that initial information is set up, then I try to meet the child in person. If I can meet the foster parents, go to the home, because I want to see the environment that these kids are in and living. And some foster parents are really great. There's some that kind of are apprehensive about, me coming over. But at the same time, some are really good, right? Then we kind of go over if there's a possibility I can meet mom and dad, if mom and dad are in the picture, or family. So that's just a lot of steps for one. So since I've been on in May, like I said, I have over 100. I think I've only hit in the 20s, maybe 25. And it's a constant work in progress, right? Like, it's not like meet it, files done. It's never done, because there's so much work that I'm constantly trying to keep up with. And I was just thinking about it earlier, because I was sitting in Treaty 6 meeting, and I was thinking about it, and I guess it kind of dawned on me, like, you have the child, and then you have the guardian. You have the foster parent, and then you have the social worker, and then you have the supervisor, and then you have the director, and then you have the ministry, right? You have all those supports for the child going into care. But on the other spectrum, for a child, their family, their kinship, reserve, or any, band, there's no support. It's just taken away, and there's nothing there. And I think what it made me realize is that I'm basically the walking resource for this family, for this child. And I'll give you an example that just happened recently with me. Child was going to be 18 come March. Child has severe disabilities, can't talk, can't eat. Severe disabilities in a great, great home, and who love him to death. And the only reason I got involved was because of a court dispute between two prior foster families, a current foster family and an old one. And so they served ATC. I got a hold of it, contacted, went down to Calgary, met the child, met the family, met the social worker. She was amazing. And then when I asked, well, what does the family think about the situation? Now, mind you, he's going to be 18. Family has never been contacted in 18 years. Yes, he has severe disability, but so many steps were not taken correctly. Once we went through the genogram, we discovered it was the wrong family that they even had on file due to the last names. So now I'm making it my mission. I knew what the social worker wanted, which is what I wanted for him to go to this certain home, but I also wanted the band's input. I wanted the family's input. Had a difficult time connecting, because they are in Janvier. So finally one day I literally just got in the car. I'm like, I'm heading down to Janvier. Went knocking on doors, found the connection, talked to people, found the family, found grandma. Went in her house. She heard about him. She knew about him. She didn't know what happened to him if he had passed. She knew he had severe disability. Her daughter was deaf, so her daughter couldn't speak. So when she went in the hospital and had the baby, she literally walked out, and they couldn't contact her. They didn't have the right resources to get a hold of her. And so he was immediately put in care. So moving forward, grandma had a whole wall of all her family tree, and realized we didn't have him now. And lucky for me, like I said, when I do, I make sure that the social worker gives me a current photo. So I was like, I have a photo in my car. And I'm like, went and grabbed it, and she was like so excited. She put it up on the wall, and now her family was complete. So in the end up getting the family, uncle, aunt, grandma, to go to court, tell the judge what they wanted for him. They got to meet the foster family. He ended up having a sister that was 9 months older than him, and who's also deaf, but she's healthy, but she was deaf. So they got to meet for the very first time, and it was crazy because the instant connection, although both do not speak, you could just see it. like the instant connection. And he had an aunt that also signed. And the current home that he is in, they do not sign. But I was just looking at it thinking, if he was only given the opportunity, he actually had the right family that could have possibly taken care of him in this situation, or at least been a part of his life for this whole time. Amazingly, they thanked the foster family because they were amazing people, and they were just the gratification that they had, that knowing that her grandson was taken care of properly this whole time. So everybody was happy. I was happy just to be a part of it. Like, it was so incredibly touching. And they even said after this, they formed a relationship. These people are heavily into, Aboriginal culture. So now they have a connection. They're going to be meeting and seeing him for the rest of his life, even though he's 18, right? Social worker ends, but they're continuing a path with him. But the funny thing is, if it wasn't for my role, none of this would have happened. And that's just one instant. Like, it just shocked me. Another situation that just recently happened is a child wanting to commit suicide, had a history of it, got taken away because the child ended up in the hospital. So Child and Family Services got involved, but they're not on the reserve. So I take care of children off reserve. But that were from the reserve, right? But because they are off reserve, it would just go through Child and Family. She didn't want to talk to a social worker. She didn't understand why she couldn't go through the band. So now this was just on intake, but this social worker was so knowledgeable. She ended up calling me and saying, "Can you come down and be here while we talk to her so she understands what's going on?" I was able to do that, to travel up north and to meet. And once I sat with her and I knew her community and was able to talk to her and make her feel comfortable, her whole, I guess, concerns and everything that she had through Child and Family, it totally changed. And she was understanding that the social worker was there to help her, and along the way, I will be there if she has any questions, because a lot of times they just don't feel comfortable to talk to the social workers, right? And so I realized with doing this job just how important my role is in so many ways, of being the advocate for the child, for the family, and working with the social worker. As for child death review, well, I did have an unfortunate situation in BC, although that's not here. Similar infant died in care, and there was other children, their biological siblings in care. And I have to say, the thing with that is it destroyed so many people, but on top of it, nobody had the training. Like, nobody had the training on how to handle the situation like that, or how to handle the children, the parents, the foster parents. Like, there was just no training involved. And I think as band designates, being the one that the family is going to speak to, we need that training. And also, I think if today something like that were to happen here, I guess the biggest thing is, family members would be asking me why. Why did this happen? And if I don't have that strong, very, I guess, tight professional relationship with the social worker or the ministry, how am I going to answer those questions? So that kind of, makes me think of how important our job is in every aspect, right? As for the funding, that's always, of course, a struggle. I've been to 2 meetings that we had in May, and then one in Calgary, which was about the funding, and it didn't seem like it went anywhere. But I have kids in Saskatchewan, I have kids in BC, and it's the same thing. Well, families want to meet me, families want me to be there. We don't have the funding to get there. And hence why, unfortunately for ATC, we got me just a little sub-office where it's just me and my little admin, and we try to work because so many kids are in Edmonton, but there's definitely a limitation as of what I want to do, because right now the majority of the workers literally think contacted on their to-do list, so band designate has been notified, end of discussion. But it's so much more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. That was good. You covered almost everything. I don't have to say anything. No. My name is Shauna Cutt. Just to give you a little background about me, I used to work for Child and Family Services. I served. I got sentenced. No. I did work for 10 years in the field. I started off as a case aide. I didn't know very much about Child and Family Services. I actually didn't want to go into the field. My background is early childhood, and but I did, and I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed working with the whole family, and I believe that if there's going to be any real change, you need to work with not only the child, but the parents and the community and the extended family to see any real change. And I enjoyed it. And I believe that the parents were doing the best job that they knew how to do, given our history with the residential school, you know, and the 60 scoop and racism. You know, we've had to endure a lot. And a lot of our people have coped, you know, by numbing out, getting into addictions. And, you know, it's a sad reality. But we also had a lot of supports to work through that. And we do have our healthy families and our healthy communities, and we're all working together to try to make those significant changes. But having gone from working with Children's Services and knowing the ins and outs and all of that, and having all the authority to make changes, going to being a band designate, I went from having all the authority to having no authority and no respect, right? I, at one point, was going to court to help a family, a mother, who was trying to get her children back. And she was meeting with her lawyer. They were going PGO on her children. And I let her know that if she wanted me to be in the room with her and the lawyer, she needed to invite me in front of him. And so because of the emotional state she was in on that day, I went to introduce myself to the lawyer. I was looking at Mom in the door through the, you know, and she's looking at me, and I'm looking at her, like trying to cue her, like, tell him to invite me in, you know, so I could be there to support you. And so I'm saying, I'm Shauna Cutt, I'm the band designate for Tall Cree, and, you know, I was working with Mom, and, you know, we were discussing, and he goes, well, he looks at me point blank in the face and says, it doesn't really matter what you think. And he closed the door on me before Mom, you know, and I was like, and the sad reality was it didn't matter what I thought. He was right. And that's, you know, where we have a major issue. It's like, it's not the first incident that happened. It was the first incident that happened to me, but it's been ongoing. We give our recommendations, we suggest, we, you know, want to work with families, and they listen to us and they write it down. But whether they follow those recommendations or not is totally, you know, up to them, right? They can regard it or disregard it, and but they can mark down that they consulted with the band designate. And it's a sad reality, because our families need that support. They don't know what a PGO is. If we didn't, you know, the only reason why I know is because I worked for Child and Family for 10 years, right? But most people don't know what a PGO is, what a, you know, custody agreement is, anything like that. And so being a band designate allows for that support for the families to be able to explain to them what's going on, what the process is. And so training is really needed, but it changes, right? I mean, I remember the first 5 years I worked, I spent 16 to 18-hour days learning Child and Family Services and everything in there. And then I took a year off, and I went back, and everything was changed. I was like, what? You know, and I had to learn all that again, you know, and then all of a sudden that all changed. It's, you know, signs of safety now, and there's all this new stuff that I don't really fully know. And so, yeah, we're the ones that are there, you know, to support our families, our children, our communities. But we need to be also included in the training, the changes that are happening, you know, and we need to be included, right, and validated that what we recommend is going to be followed and respected, right? So yeah, but I think they pretty much covered everything, and I just, you know, I'm really glad to be here, and I'm really thankful that you're taking the time and making the time to hear us today. So thank you.
Did any panel members wish to? We'll proceed to questions if there's no other comments from the panel members. And just before we go to questions, I just wanted to acknowledge Henry Francis over here. Henry is a council member with Beaver First Nation in my constituency. And he's the band designate. So actually, did you want to come and join us and maybe help out with answering some questions? I think we'd love to have Henry's perspective. He's been a great help to me for sure. So, all right, we'll go to questions. I think we've got Peter first on the list.
Thank you. Did you want Henry to have a chance to say something first, or?
That's a good idea. Sure. Henry, did you want to maybe give us a little introduction?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm a council member from Beaver First Nation, and the reason I'm appointed band designate is simply because of lack of funding. We don't get enough money to hire a designate, plus to assist in travel, to go see the children and parents, whatever. I don't really want to echo everything that these other designates said. They covered quite a bit. There's only a couple of things that I will. There's usually a whole bunch of mix-ups with Alberta social workers to the band designates. They don't realize who we are and what we are. I think if they get a lesson on it, you know, to contact us. Because if you leave it to the parents usually don't do it because of emotion. They're full of emotion and they're ashamed to call back home for help. I ran into that quite a few times. The parents, the mother, ashamed to admit that she lost her kids, so they don't call home. And I had one case within 4 months. The child was adopted out to a different family, and now I'm fighting that in court. And with that, I don't have no assistance for the mother, for myself, for travel. It's a close relative of mine, so I'm paying it out of my own pocket to come to court in Edmonton. And that's where it hurts the most, is we don't have extra funds in the band because we have to penny pinch quite a bit for every project we have, every like for housing and all those. We got to account for every dollar, and to go fight someone in court doesn't fall in those policies. And another thing. The cultural teachings we should have, and I would like the Alberta government, to work with the parents. You help the parents get their children back. That's the biggest step you could make. You send them for treatment. You assist them with other things to help them work. There's some young girls that are too young to be parents. They have to have life skills courses and all that. If they were assisted in doing that, I'm sure they'll become good parents. Now, if we have people to do that, come to the band, or if they have them in the city here, put the parents to that instead of taking their kids. I mean, work with them, not against them. That's what we are taught to learn. You know, that's what we're taught as kids. You work with someone instead against them, you go a hell of a lot farther. I got a whole bunch of stuff written down here, but like I said, I don't want to echo everything that these people said, and they all said very good. They said very good things, and in the mix-up is, you know, I got emails from 4 different people to be here, and I end up sitting way back in the sticks over there, you know. Okay, thank you very much.
I just wanted to, and I didn't even tell the ladies here because we were having lunch, and it's just something personal too that just, I don't know why I didn't think about it. But just to relay the importance of a band designate, I have a half-sister who I was not raised with. We were raised in 2 different areas. She was raised by her father. And all I knew of her was growing up, seeing her maybe a handful of times.
What you've presented to us is strikingly similar in some respects to what we heard this morning from Treaty 7 and Treaty 6. So what I hear, and I'll get to the end and I'll come back. I'm asking you for some thoughts on solution to this problem. I hear consistently the incredible value of a band designate from a whole variety of different perspectives. The one that you've just so passionately told about your sister's children, and I equally hear, I have no idea how you would manage a caseload of 100. I've been a frontline social worker, and I know that Nicole and Heather have. I don't know what you think, but 100 cases seems unimaginable to me. And I also hear consistently this issue of funding. And so I hear that we have this valuable resource that acts as a bridge between child and family and a First Nation that is a rickety bridge with not a lot holding it up other than the sheer willpower of the people who are doing the job. How do we fix that?
Well, I think we fix it by making it mandatory, right? Like, I think it has to be a guaranteed, like a social worker. It's a position that the ministry knows is necessary. And we have to be acknowledged that we are a necessity to the health of the child and the family and their future. And I think to start with, if there's no more talk about funding, because funding shouldn't matter, because it's for the children. Like, I know an example just right now with kind of funding, there's a little boy in Saskatchewan and his grandpa wanted to see him for Christmas, and I mean, it's out of province, so it made it kind of difficult. I was trying to get him to come over to be with his grandfather for Christmas. I offered social worker to maybe put him on a plane. I can meet him at the airport so he's not alone. ATC could pick him up, kinship worker, so he's with someone delegated. And we were denied that it ain't going to happen because of funding for their part, and they're under the ministry. And I said, but why are we even talking about money when he's in a group home, he's 10 years old, and he's going to stay there for Christmas? So they informed me that if Grandpa wanted him, he could drive down from up north. And he did, on his own money. And he drove the two days, got to Saskatchewan, picked the little boy up, had to stop, of course, because he's little. He's 10, he can only be in the car for so long, went back up north, got to see him. And I'm still arguing with Saskatchewan because I'm trying to get this little boy back home. And they keep telling me, like, we were trying to do the home study for Grandpa to see, you know, he can be the one to take him. And they reiterated that we ain't paying for that. So, by the way, I'm like, well, how is he doing in the group home? Horrible. But you won't help with the home study. So then I had to ask ATC, can we fund this? So for me, it's like, why are we talking about funding? Like, why do we keep talking about funding and keep talking about money? But it seems like it keeps, you know, going around that circle. So I think for us, I think we'd be all doing like cartwheels if that word funding was gone. That no, this is going to be, we're going to be like a social worker. We're going to be realized that no, we need these people. They're important to the children. And it's a matter of fact that, you know, we will have the financial support and maybe have enough support to have other designates. So like you said, there's not one person doing 100, so then the kids can get the full care, right, and support that they need.
It is in legislation that, you know, the social workers are supposed to contact the band designates and find out where these kids belong. It is in legislation. However, it's not followed that well. In regards to funding, we've been talking about funding since 2004. And I know the Alberta government has given now $500,000 for the Treaty 8 as well as Treaty 6 and 7. But we are a larger geographical area, so we split that down with all the 24 bands. So that's it's been a problem forever, and I guess we try to help out the band designates as much as we can as a DFNA agency, but there's still a lot of work out there to do, and I don't know if it'll ever.
So just to ask then a follow-up question, and I'm going to walk into the world of politically incorrect in asking this question. So if you see me walking through a minefield and somebody's pulling the triggers, you'll understand. One of the thoughts I've had as I've listened to all three treaty groups is you serve a perfunctory role in that you're really quite useful from the vantage point of being able to check off an activity in a social worker's list of things to do, but I don't really have to listen to you if I'm the social worker. So you rely, in addition to the funding issue, you rely on your capacity at persuasion and the willingness of the other side to hear you. Have I captured that correctly?
Yeah, there's some social workers out there that are really good, and they'll try their best, but there's some, and it seems like with the CFSAs, it's a very high turnover. So you work with one social worker, then all of a sudden they're gone. So you've got to kind of re-educate the next one that comes along and says, so I got this child from your First Nation, you have family there, and it's like, well, we need to talk about that. So, it's an ongoing thing, and it's really nobody's fault. Frontline social work is really difficult.
I've got Dave, and then followed by Patty.
Thank you. So last fall I had a meeting with some folks from Treaty 8 that came down and sat with me, and they were talking about an application that they've had for ongoing for a few years about opening an office, a liaison office here in Edmonton. I'm just wondering if you were aware of that group, if it's part of what you're doing. And they were trying to concentrate on, and not just children in care, but the community that has come down from Treaty 8 that's living in Edmonton, and giving them a direct connection back with the community and their culture. And is that something that would really help you folks in your jobs?
Yeah, we are. I'm involved in the Treaty 8 urban office. Right now we're finding some names, and this is what we wanted to do, is open an office here in Edmonton, because a lot of the band designates have nowhere to meet, and they would all come to that office and meet and bring their families there and have, discussions with the CFSA workers and stuff. So that is ongoing, and I don't know if we're going to be opening the office April 1st. I was told maybe not. So we're close. Yeah. So it's coming, and I just don't want to announce everything because it's not quite there. And we're hoping to have that going because we want to be part of have input in what our kids are doing here and how they're surviving and how they're living. And for sometimes a lot of the young mums up here say, well, I don't want my child going back to the First Nation. I'll never see my child again. So we like to see what's happening. If they're going to remain in the city, at least we'll have some contact with them.
Patty?
So I'm just kind of picking up on what Peter was talking about, and I'm making mad notes from all the treaty groups of everything that you've been talking about. And I guess all I want to ask is that you get together as a group after this or a conference call and put together what you think a piece of legislation should say for your role, your authority, the budget you need. I'm struck that you have such a large caseload, and if it's your job to connect kids to culture, if there's not even enough money to get mums to court, what does that look like to do that connecting work? So what would a reasonable budget be? And because I feel like we're all taking notes and we're all interpreting it, but I think that it would be so much stronger if every treaty group put this together for us, and then you'll know if we're listening, right? Because then you'll know exactly what you submitted. I think that you have a lot to offer in crafting something that we can look at. So budget, role, what you can do well and what you can't do, what a designate can't do, someone else has to do, but what you guys do well.
Next, I've got Graham.
One thing that we heard from a lot of members from Treaty 6 and Treaty 7 was their experiences dealing with the child and death review process. And I know, Donna, you spoke that you dealt with that in BC, but I'm wondering if any of you have experienced that as designates or even just within your community before you were designates, and what that experience was like for you all as well.
I've experienced it before, it not directly with the DFNA in the Lesser Slave Lake area, but just a death of a child in a community. It was tough. And right now, when we the time we did have a death of a teenager, we had some supports come in, and we did some grief recovery because it was tough on all of us because we were kind of blamed as not providing services and supports for that one teenager. And sometimes with teenagers, they're really unpredictable. So we had a lot of people come in and help us and do some grief recovery and make sure that we felt we weren't to blame. So that's one of the things that needs to happen for a while is a lot of grief recovery in your agency or in your community to help people get through that if there's ever a child that dies in your community.
I worked for Child and Family Services, and I never knew of the child death process, right? Reporting process. We did have children die in care, but it was medically fragile children that actually lived beyond their life expectancy, given that diagnosis, right? So, but it was still traumatic for the whole family, and a lot of times they spent their time in medical homes or with medical foster placements their whole life, right, until they passed away. And I know one in particular where a mom really wanted to bring her son home, and foster parents really didn't want to let him go, and actually wanted him buried in their town next to their foster dad that it had recently passed. And you know, it was an very emotional time for everyone. They got to convince mom to let it be, that he be buried with foster dad. But mom, you know, after was feeling like, you know, the one thing she wanted to do was bring him home one day, even if it was to lay him to rest, and couldn't, right? And it was at an emotional time, and, you know, it happened. And I often think about that. And I see mom, and you could, you know, I know she had to make peace with it in her own way. But when a child dies, you know, resources are needed, supports are needed, not only for, you know, the families, but everyone involved, the community. And being in the north, we're limited in our resources. We don't have access to psychologists or therapists, and if we do, it might be once a month, and it's overbooked, and we might not be able to get into them to see them for months. And if they come into this city, you know, again, it's travel, and they're only allowed so many medical services, will only cover so many visits. And so, you know, as far as, you know, the healing and this, you know, the, I guess, support, it's very limited in the north, right? So, yeah, but no, other than that, I haven't had any real experience with the child death reporting process.
Any other panel members that had comments on that question? No? Okay, we'll go on to the next question. Maria.
My question actually follows along with what Patty had suggested, because I've heard from several of you about, I guess the way I see it is lines of communication. So your perspective, a social worker's perspective, and I was quite taken when you talked about the story of a 10-year-old being in a group home, and his grandfather wanted to have him with him for Christmas. And I guess what I'm looking for is, I'm looking for a blanket that'll cover everything and take care of it, and I know that that's kind of a pie in the sky. But what do you think could be done to either better, like improve the communication about it, and then, as Patty said, how do you put that into a request in terms of legislation? But I certainly see communication between social workers and band designates as an issue, and I don't know if the issue is some social workers or if that issue is the way the rules are made out. I worked in corrections, and it was often the way the rules were laid out. But if you really worked on it, you could kind of figure it out, but it took time.
I know with, well, I'm not sure how it works everywhere, but I think one of the biggest struggles too is even with Saskatchewan, and I guess other provinces, they all have their own provincial, I guess, rules and legislation, right? So when I talk to the social workers in, say, Saskatchewan, they inform me that they do things differently there, and they don't have to consult with a band, and which confused me because the child is from, say, the Alberta band, and I am the representative, and you know, maybe on the mother's or father's side, there is no other band designate that, you know, is advocating for this child. So for me, the struggle is, especially when they're out of province like this, grandpa's here and, you know, wants this little boy, and we're doing everything in our power, but we're kind of presently getting ignored from the social workers and the supervisor in Saskatchewan. And when asking why is this such a struggle, I get told that it's a lot because we do things different in each province. So I think for the biggest change is that across the board, across Canada, that it has to be known like in every province. It doesn't matter if we have a child in Ontario or we have a child in Alberta, they still deserve that support from their band, wherever it is. I think that would be the biggest thing. And also, as we need education, you know, for even our roles, but also the social workers across the board to maybe have seminars or workshops with us, like directly with us, to understand our role and their role and how we can combine the two together across the board. And I think if we could do that, and if the ministry is letting them know that this is not an option, but this has to happen, and I think then everything would just snowball, like everything would just move forward. And I know all of us are willing and wanting to have those opportunities and to be working directly with them. And like, even example with the ISIS, we don't have access. When I worked in BC, I did. It was different there. Once again, everything was done different there. I had full access, but it would make our jobs. We'd need the training, obviously, because it's a different program out here. But it would make our jobs even better because we could look up family, we could look up connections. It's difficult when the social workers are busy and they don't have time to ask us or help us, or so sometimes I feel like I'm like Sherlock Holmes, and I'm like, I gotta like discover and and I'm like hunting people down, and so, but I guess with all of us, it's a passion. And I think if we could make it across the board in Canada and have it mandatory that the band designates are not just on the to-do list, but we're a part of the Child and Family Services team, not just separate, but we're actually a part of the team, I think. And also if we could get possible more training for like court, stuff like that, because we do things like that with family. And, having the support for counseling or intervention and, sexual abuse and all this. Like, we need the training. I know the social workers do get that, and we also need that too, right? But I think the biggest thing, if we could walk out of here today knowing we're a team and we're going to start having the support and we're going to start having these seminars and workshops and we're all going to be together as one unit, I think that would be phenomenal.
David.
Thanks very much. I'm just learning about this position. I gather it's about 4 years you've been in existence. You were created as arms of the council, band
It
council.
started in 2004.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so it's
different bands and different delegated First Nations operate different. So, but
so every band makes its own decision about
yeah,
this, is what you're saying?
about-
Okay.
They appoint a band designate, and that changes too. Like if new council comes in, sometimes the band designate person changes.
Okay.
So,
but the
there's-
position should stay once it's
yes,
established.
Once it's established, it should stay.
And there's federal funding for this only if the band decides to designate what federal funding they get for this purpose.
I don't know. We don't get federal funding for the band designate. We get
No.
some provincial funding.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What proportion of your funding for designates is from the provincial government?
Yes.
What proportion of the funding would be from the provincial government?
Yeah, well, okay, so for example, I'll give you an example. So Sucker Creek First Nation would get 24,000 out of that 500,000 that's been sent to Treaty 8.
I see.
So that 24,000 is for that band designate to work with the social workers and, bring kids home to visit or et cetera.
Okay.
And a lot of it's broken down. So, I mean, $24,000 a year is not a lot of money.
No. And is it fair to say that there is a clear or a consistent job description for all of you? Or everyone's making up their own job description?
Everybody has different.
Yep. And so there's no particular training program or preparation for you? No. You
There's
learn it
been
on your own?
Yeah, there's been some discussions about putting together a package for the training for the band designates, but that hasn't happened.
Okay. Do you have an association across the province of designates?
No.
That makes it hard to advocate for change. Thank you.
I don't think I have anybody else on my speakers list at the moment. Okay. Microphone on that side.
So if you say that you proportioned 24,000 for Sucker Creek out of the new funding, what did you do before you had that funding?
I was the band designate for Sucker Creek, and I would just take it out of my DFNA operations. So there was no funding. So I would just cover it through the delegated First Nation, but I didn't travel a lot because there was no budget. And I did a lot of phone calls, and I didn't, really do justice for all the kids that are out here because I had still my own duties to do as a director. So we just took it on because we didn't want some of our kids being lost, and then some were dying, and we didn't hear about it till later, so we wanted to be more involved in our kids that were apprehended here in Edmonton or Grand Prairie. So some of us directors just took it on as an extra duty. And then we started talking that we need help. We need somebody from the bands to take on this role and find out, because we have other things we need to do as directors. So that's how it all kind of began in 2004.
Yeah, and with Tall Cree too, when I went from Child and Family Services to Tall Cree, they just put it under my role as Director of Social Development. So, I was tagged with it.
I know for me, directly, originally the other lady that was in the pilot project that was 2 years ago, 2.5 years? 2.5 years ago, that originally got hired with ATC, and once she received, the 100 files, I know from what I can see from her work, her goal was to literally try to meet all these social workers, not necessarily all the kids, but try to meet all the social workers. So I think in a 1.5 years, I don't think she succeeded because I don't have all the files and I'm still hunting for files. So I know that was her goal, but she was up north. So with the traveling, she was literally trying to meet as many families or social workers as she could. So when I took over, I'm now trying to see who has had a meeting, but nothing was done. None of the work was done because she just didn't have the time or the funding, and because it was a new project, I think she was just trying to get her goal is just to meet the social workers. So then they ran out of their funding, so there was I think about a 6 to 8 month leg there whether we didn't have a band designate. So ATC director was trying to fill that position herself, which was impossible. And then they waited for the new fiscal year to get their refunding again, and that's when I came involved. And even with I think for me, with over the 100 kids, I believe my funding is at like 73 or 74,000. But that's for my rental space, that's for my vehicle, my gas, my mileage. That's for 4 nations, that's for 100 kids, and it's still impossible. So, and I have an admin that tries to help me with the files because it's just impossible for me to go through. And I requested that because, and I know some of that funding they have to pull from Athabasca Tribal Council because I couldn't afford to have that support. And I needed the support for the files and for her also to connect with the bands while I'm trying to have a more direct involvement with the social workers and Bent Arrow and the caregivers, and even attending some of the school meetings with the child, because I'm trying to do things a little bit different, because like there is no actual outline, but I'm trying to do best of what I think a band designate role should look like. And for me is to be fully there for the child and fully involved with the social worker. So like when the social worker is having meetings with the caregiver, sometimes Bent Arrow is there or Children's Advocacy there, and then I want to be there. So I've made known to a lot of the social workers that I work with that I want to be there, and please call me, and if I have the opportunity in my schedule that I will be there, because I want the child to know that the band just wasn't notified and we are going to be there. And it's also nice, I find, for the child to have that consistent representation, right? Because even a couple kids I have now, they've already, since May, had now their 3rd worker. And at least I'm the person that's in their life that's consistent.
Andrew, you had a comment?
Yeah, I find that we should have more foster parents on reserve, but there's a big gap between foster care on reserve and off reserve. The funding, the gap is very large.
I think your microphone is not.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah, like I said, the funding for on-reserve foster homes and off-reserve there's a big gap in between there. Off-reserve gets just substantial amount more than on-reserve. Because back home, I got my home as a emergency foster home in case of apprehensions. Weekends and stuff, I can keep the kids for a few days. And, to keep a kid, you get $20 a day. So, and off reserve, you get 4 or 5 times that, And so that's one of the big reasons why we have less foster homes on reserve is because of that gap. And our designate started first as our social worker, but as the caseload got bigger, she couldn't handle it, and that's the reason why when the council stepped in, I'm the 2nd council member to step into this position, and the reason we done that is because we got quite a few people in the city here, and then we'd piggyback meetings with the council. If council had to meet with Indian Affairs, for example, I'd set up meetings with the foster parents, the children, and the social workers to discuss the children that we have. And I could stay here for 2 weeks and I still won't meet everybody. But I can't do that. I spend a day at most, sometimes 2, because I got a lot of stuff at home to do. And so if we had enough funding to hire a full-time designate, it would be very good. And Dave Swan here gave me an idea to maybe apply for funding for designate training, so all of Treaty 6, 7, and 8 would have the criteria to work towards, to to make the designates all work the same and work with one another. You know, I'm sure there's some of my foster kids in some other treaty areas that, you know, that they could help me out with. You know, if we could maybe get a training program going. So if you can give us some funding for that. Yeah, and yeah, there's even for travel, we're underfunded for travel. Let's say one of the kids is very sick and we have to raise some to Edmonton. They give us 17 cents a kilometer. So you can't even come with a truck to bring your kid to. You have to borrow a minivan or something because they don't give enough for gas. You know, things like that should be looked at. Be fair across the board. You know, off-reserve foster homes get 10 times what we get. And we have to try to do the same job as they do. Okay, thank you.
Nicole has a question.
Thank you. I wanted to get back to a little bit about what you were saying, Debbie, about the importance of having supports and resources available for the workers at the DFNA. And I'm wondering from your perspective, from anybody on the panel, are there any traditional cultural activities or grieving processes that need to be included for families and communities in this whole child death review process? Because I think it's missing. And I want to know what your perspective of some of those things that should be included.
Well, I know each First Nation does things a little bit different, but I'll give you an example. Sucker Creek brings in an elder, okay, to talk to the families and talk to the social workers, and so we use our elders that way. And I know Driftpile does the same. I can't speak for the other panel members, but we bring in resources when we have a child that dies in care, and we try to have healing circles. But we, you know, sometimes it doesn't happen, you know, for different reasons. And so we try to do the best we can. I don't know what other resources we could have. We don't have a regular psychologist or regular grief counselors that are in the area. So, you know, sometimes it's hard because everybody's busy. Everybody seems to have 2 or 3 hats that they wear. And, you know, sometimes it's hard to get everybody together. So, I mean, it's a matter of coordinating all that and getting people together. I don't know if the other First Nations have any traditional healing groups they do.
With Big Stone, we don't have any healing circles, but we use a lot of psychologists, and we have a counseling center. So, but our psychologists that come in maybe once a week, and they're always booked. So, because they work with the schools as well, the high school. So, for grieving, a lot of families, there's really no supports for them when they grieve. And if there's a death in the community does come together. We have a 2-night wake. Family bring food, and they come together as a big family. Everybody knows each other in our community. Everybody knows what's happening. Since I started 2 years ago, I haven't had the experience of a child that's in care that died. But I remember maybe 4 or 5 years ago, there was, I think, a 13-year-old that froze to death. And there was just, I remember there was a lot of anger, because everybody knows each other, a lot of pointing fingers, but there's no supports for the grieving process, other than the counselors, the psychologists that come in, and they're usually all booked up. But we don't have any we don't practice any healing circles or any sweats. We've just pretty well, I guess we grieve on our own.
Can I ask a follow-up? So,
I just want to make a comment about living in care. I was a child who lived in the system for many, many years, on and off reserve. And the thing I long more I just wanted to add that.
Nicole, you wanted a quick, oh, sorry, somebody else had something to say?
I just wanted to say something just quickly because I was just listening to what she's saying, and I was just thinking about like the importance of these children wanting to be connected back to the family and their culture, and I just wanted to like reiterate what I said earlier, but just to know even from my perspective how important it is, even for my children. And like I said, we're in a healthy home. They're not in care. They're not in foster care, but for me, it was such a huge impact for their lives to be back with their community. And so, you know, even in going to school in Chilliwack and in Vancouver, and people are like, oh, my kids look very different. Like they all look, 4 of them look like they have 4 different fathers, but they don't. But they're very different. And you know, my one son looks kind of Asian, my daughter looks European, my other daughter looks Italian, and my youngest looks Norwegian. Like he's blonde as blonde and blue eyes, doesn't even look like my son. And you know, they're in school and everyone asks, like, what are you? What is your, what nationality are you? And they just know from talking at home with me, and when grandma comes into town, their kukum comes in and they talk to her, and I'm like, why are you asking? And then they're like, well, you know, if so-and-so is at school and they're saying they're Filipino, or, you know, they're from India. So they're talking whatever, and my little one, who's now 6, so this was last year, so he was 5, and like I said, he's blonder than blonde, right? And he kind of pipes up and he's like, "Aren't we Indian? I thought we were Indian." And then everyone busts out laughing. I'm like, "Yes, you are." And then I realized, see, like, even at such a young age, and even though they have such support and they have love, it doesn't matter. So they're yearning that connection and they want to know. So I was like, well, I can't give them the teachings that my family can up north, and I just can't do that in BC, and I don't have my family there. So now I brought them out for the first time up north to the Christmas, and they have a huge dinner on the reserve, and it's like everyone's there, and we're playing bingo, and they didn't win, and everybody else was winning but us, and my kids were getting mad, and I said, it doesn't matter, it's probably a cousin anyway, right? That one, because everyone's related. And they were running around playing, and it was just so funny because I never felt worried about them. I would never let them, I don't even let them go to the mall. So, but there's a community, and right away, communities taking care of them, communities, connecting with them. And it doesn't matter if you're blonde or if you're dark hair, it doesn't matter. They just felt, I guess, unified. And these are children that are not in care. So can I only imagine it's tenfold when you're a child in care and you're not with your mom and dad and you're not with family or auntie or uncle, and how much they need that, because even healthy children like my own crave it. And now they're back in the community, and they went to the Fort McMurray ice fishing that just happened not that long ago, and I had no idea how to buy a ice fishing thing. I didn't even know what it was, and I got up there and I'm like an ice fishing virgin. I know nothing, and there was just random men were coming, and they were helping my son, and they were taking him out there, and he had the time of his life. And then after that, he's like, I want to do that next year. And they're telling him, we'll see you next year. And right there was a connection with his community and his family that I could have never have given him. And I was able to bring him. But then you think about all the kids that don't get that opportunity, and they need it even if they're in care. They need it even more so when they're in care, because then at least they know there's another family waiting for them.
Thank you. I think we're almost at our end of our time here. And I wanted to thank everybody for their input. As you may be aware, the panel is initially, we've got a task to do the death review process, and we have to prepare a recommendation within the next couple of weeks. So we're trying to sort of focus around that, but then we will be doing a larger review of the system as a whole. So the information you've given us today has given us a lot of information that'll be really helpful for that second phase as well. And but I think overall, what I think the panel has heard here today is that there are communication difficulties, and that there may be a process that we can find to help make a recommendation as a panel that could help our child intervention death review process through better communication. So thank you for that piece. And last final comment there, Henry?
Yeah, I got to tell you about this. Like you said earlier, when a young girl has a baby in the city here out of wedlock, it's shame. We had one lady that had a baby in town here, and the baby got apprehended within 3 weeks, is what we heard later. And she never told no one. Nobody knew. And then when the child turned 18, foster parents kicked her out. She came back to reserve for 2-3 weeks, and there's such a difference between the city living and country living way up north in high level there, and all of a sudden she just up and left. And this was about 10 years ago, and nobody has heard from her since. So the parents and grandparents don't know if she's alive or she's passed on. They don't know where she is. Then we have my niece who is in care, and she disappeared. And we haven't heard from her since 2004. The RCMP pointed towards the Highway of Tears. So it's things like that that we have to prepare one another for, but how do you go about grieving something that you don't know are they alive or are they dead? You know, we don't know. So how do you grieve on something like that? You know,
Thank you. And I'd also encourage all of you to please, if you haven't already done so, to please make a submission to the panel as well, in writing, just anything that perhaps you think of later that would be of value to us. It's at panel.submissions@gov.ab.ca. I should know that by now. There's information also, there's a laptop that you could even do it from here should you wish. So please do that, and then I hope that when we get into our second phase, we're going to have a chance to do this again, chat with you again, and next time, Henry, we'll make sure you get the right email. All right, so thank you so much. We're just going to take a 5-minute break to just get...
One quick question.
Go ahead.
What's the second phase? Can you touch on that briefly?
Basically, in the second phase, we're going to look at the, right now, it's a very narrow, just looking at the death review process and make some recommendations to fix that piece. The second phase will encompass the whole system, how we can better address children in care, children being apprehended, the communication with the reserve. A lot of the things we talked about today would fall under that because it's the connections and how do we make that more effective, more efficient, and less harmful, basically. So it's going to be quite a broad mandate. All right, so we'll take a quick 5-minute break just to get organized, and then the panel has a final little wrap-up that we're going to be doing, discussion with Damien Travers. Are we doing it in here? Are we doing it in here? Yes, we're doing it in here. So 5 minutes. All right, I think we're ready to get going again, and Damien is here in the circle, and I'd encourage all the panel members to please come back and join us.
I can be quick. I think it's more important that everyone just gets the same messaging.
Okay, there's a couple out there. There they are.
Fresh air all downstairs.
All right, okay, we're going to crack the whip here and get everybody going, and go ahead, Damien.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, Damien Travers, Community Development Unit with Culture and Tourism. You're probably familiar with me by now, although you probably aren't familiar with whatever look I have today. So that's a spring cleanup for you. I just want to come here today to talk to two quick points, one of which is the homework document and the other of which is the session on the 30th, the panel meeting on the 30th. So I'll start with the homework document. You've all should have received a revised homework document in your e-packages. If you want a hard copy, I also have hard copies with me here today. But basically, the updated homework document, we've added a couple things. So as we go through it, basically we have the scope in terms of the terms of reference in there. We've also added in the desired impact discussion that we had in the last piece when we identified the problem statements. We said if we are to address these problem statements, you know, what desired impacts would we like to see? And you guys came up with a list of those, so we added those. We also added the problem statements in there, so you don't have to go back through your documentation. And last but not least, a SMART framework, so a specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, timely framework for you to go through. So those are all just things of points of consideration for you in the homework. Basically, what we're asking you to do is to integrate all of those points. So your purpose for coming together, the problem statements that you've identified, the SMART framework, and the problem statements, and then identify what potential solutions may look like for those problem statements. So on the back side of it, you'll see it says potential solution, and then we just ask you to describe your rationale. Again, this is all part of that overall divergent convergent process we talked about that we're going throughout this whole entire process. We're getting lots of ideas, and we're starting to converge down on those ideas. So the homework should be hopefully relatively simple. Basically, we're just asking for you to identify potential solutions based off the content that we've discussed so far and the purpose of the group. Have you had a chance to go through the homework document at all? Yeah, I can get you copies. There you go. Oh, I just gave them all to Nicole. So I'll give you a second if you want to leaf through that, just to kind of go through everything I just quickly described. Again, purpose, of what brings us here together, going back to a terms reference, some of the desired impacts of addressing our problem statements themselves, and then a SMART framework. And the idea is to hold those things together, integrate them into potential solutions. And when I say integrate them into potential solutions, what I'm really meaning is, you might have one potential solution that identifies and helps to alleviate 3 problem statements and strengthens and streamlines the system. So it's really taking more of that systems view when we are integrating different thoughts, different opinions into different solutions. So just give you another moment there to look through that, and then I'll just ask if there's any questions or clarification around the homework document. So at this stage of the game, is there any questions around the homework document?
Do you have an extra hour for me this week?
Unfortunately, I can't grant extra hours, but I'll use that as a bit of a speaking point. One of the reasons we thought this would be advantageous is because it gives us more time in the idea generation stage, with the thought being if we can have more time in the idea generation, it can lead to higher quality recommendations at the end of the game. And we just know on the 30th it's going to be a very packed agenda, so we want to give you as much time as we can. Any other questions? Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you get that one probably more than I do. But again, different spin on Maria's question. Unfortunately, I don't have more time to grant. If there's no other questions or clarification on that, I'll just speak quickly to the 30th. So the 30th, we're going to come together. We're going to have my colleagues, Lisa Talavia-Spencer, who you met at our last panel meeting. She's a wonderful facilitator. And then also my manager, Scott Finnerty, in the room to help facilitate a process. In that process, we're going to take everything that you create in that document, and we're going to find where we are seeing common interests and common ideas come together. Once we identify what the common ideas are, that's when we're going to start defining where we're seeing the solutions at. Then we'll go through a process of evaluating those solutions and have discussion around where are we starting to see consensus around those solutions, and where do we maybe see disagreement. That's probably as much as we're going to get through within the day, but it should give us a good sense and a good ability to converge down on a number of solutions that this panel sees for strengthening, streamlining the child death review process, and really making improvements as your purpose. So it'll be sorting through, finding common interests, defining what those common interests are in terms of solutions, then evaluating those, having discussions around where do we see consensus and where don't we see consensus. Did you have a question about that, Maria? Yeah.
So any of the presentations that have come in online, are they going to be included in our discussion on the 30th?
Any presentations that come in online, right now we do not have that as part of the agenda for the 30th. However, if there is new information coming in, we want to make sure that you have that available for you as you're generating thoughts, ideas, solutions. So it's something I can discuss with the Secretariat as we move forward.
Chair, I can speak to that a little bit. You will have all the public submissions and the ones that came in on the staff emails, plus all the information requests that came in by March 14th. You will have those before March 30th.
Okay. Does that alleviate that for you, Maria?
Well, it just means now I need 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Any other questions or clarification around the 30th? Peter?
To follow up what Sherry said, though, depending upon the timing of that, that is going to affect the consultation process that you want to do. Because I think that there would be some kind of a necessity to filter, to understand, to coordinate the thinking of the public, and that's going to have an influence potentially on where our thinking goes in terms of this. So I guess I'm not quite sure how we merge time frames, reading that information and being able to do this document. I'm trying to think in a process sort of way, and I'm not expressing that very well, but that's kind of where my head's going to.
What I'm kind of hearing though is the concern of merging kind of the online public submissions with the timing that we have in order to craft potential solutions and have this meeting on the 30th.
Along with everything else we've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You said it much better than I did. That's why you're a facilitator. You know?
I had a moment of clarity.
In other words, sooner rather than later, it'd be nice if we could get all of that.
For sure. Any other questions? If not, I wish you best with the homework that we do have. Oh, we have a question over here. Yeah.
I'm just substituting for Jason. And he had asked me to pass out a letter that he'd received from a social worker in Pekani First Nation, so if I can just do that.
Yeah, absolutely. While you do that, I just want to say I wish you well with the homework. I can't myself physically be in the space on the 30th, although I'll come back and meet with you on the 6th. But I know we have great facilitators in that room with you on the 30th, and I wish you nothing but the best as you move into identifying potential solutions, working together, and trying to do your best to strengthen and streamline the child death review process. Other than that, I'll pass it back to you, Madam Chair, and be on my way. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Appreciate that. So once again, I do want to thank panel members for your participation today. It's been an interesting day. We're moving on to some new items for consideration. The staff authorization. You would have been provided this, a draft staff authorization letter by email on Friday. And this would be presented to, or provided to staff who wish to present or provide submissions to the panel. And the intent is twofold. First of all, to encourage staff to participate and provide their insights and perspectives to the panel. And second, to provide assurances that frontline workers can communicate with the panel without fear of repercussions, as indicated in the process section of our panel terms of reference. So I'd like to open the floor if there's any discussions about the staff or any questions about the staff authorization. Everybody's good with it and feels it will do the trick?
Just one request, and that was made about a month ago, that past staff who are willing to present. I think there was approval for that, or I haven't heard formally yet.
I'm not sure who's coordinating the actual who's coming to present, but I think it's the intent is that it would be open to anybody who's willing, and this is just simply to protect those presenters so that they're able to speak freely. Yes.
So I know that we're trying to wrap this up, and April 6th is the day that that piece is going to wrap up. And I know that staff are working really, really hard. When are we going to know when phase 2 starts, what the plan for it is? I mean, there's a lot of interest in phase 2, perhaps even more than phase 1 from a community perspective. And we seem to know what's happening a couple days in advance, but I think for phase 2, it would be really lovely if we could have some better advanced planning. I don't know whether it's all going to be facilitated by the department like this piece was, which was fine, or if there's going to be kind of an open mic opportunity for people that the department hasn't anticipated to ask, but who have things to say, if that's going to happen. If not, I think I would just like to know what the plan is for phase 2, because I'm getting questions and it's not comfortable to say I don't know.
Fair enough. And I think it might be helpful if panel members had ideas for how they'd like to gather information in phase 2. Let's present those. Let's have a dialogue about that, because that's important, you know, how we want to see it structured and what's going to be of most value to us. So.
Are we taking a break? And if so, is there an anticipated start date for phase 2? Just because of calendars and life?
Well, I'm thinking maybe we should do another poll for, you know, after April, because April's almost here, right? And start looking at everybody's schedules like right away. Would that work for
So are we taking a break though? I heard that there's a break. Is that like April break or is that a week break or does anybody know what the idea is?
I don't know. Cheryl?
Do you
Nobody
know when
knows?
we're starting phase 2?
Is this panel is still in spring session. So we were putting together some suggested dates based on at least some available time that you have, because it is a lot more comprehensive in phase 2, absolutely. So we're doing that. So we will get those forward. But it was really, that was kind of our first kick, was taking a look at when realistically this team could be available.
Maria?
Okay, I'm not using a mic. I'm just going to speak loud. Thank you. Okay. I would suggest that we wait until estimates are done because the House is still sitting. Lots of us are on committees, and to have 3 things going at the one time, I don't think it allows us to give the best of ourselves to do that. Just a suggestion.
Well, actually, I think we wrap up April 6th, and I think estimates should be done by then in any case, or thereabouts, or maybe a little bit after that. So, it's the 19th. Okay, so then, yeah, I don't see us going into anything too quickly after that, because definitely there's time to get the report prepared and all of those pieces. So I think we'll be okay, but we'll take that into account for sure. And but I can guarantee you that the workload won't be any lighter for the second half. Hang on. Well, I'm going to move into that. Agenda for the next meeting. No more questions then about... We'll just move on to the next meeting. If other questions, you can ask me. So at the Mamawi Atascawin is hosting the March 30th, 2017 panel meeting. So we're very thankful that they're willing to do that at their beautiful facility in Northeast Calgary. I don't know where it is. I'll have to look it up, but we'll get the information out to you. So, yes. Yeah, it's our next panel meeting. We're in a constituency week. Yep. Yeah. And that will be, yes, Calgary. And this meeting will focus on a facilitated discussion to refine potential solutions and get closer to recommendations. And they've asked me to remind you again about the worksheets, but I know you'll remember. And then a note that the ministerial order that established the panel does not allow us to pay expenses for MLA members, but we do have a block of rooms available for you to book at the Ramada Airport Hotel for your convenience. And for our experts, we will continue to be able to provide support for travel-related expenses. So. Mamawi Atascawin. I believe it's 9 till 4. Yeah. So any further questions on any of that? Any other comments anybody wanted to make before we wrap it up? Okay, well then I guess we'll call it a day, and thank you again for everybody, and have a good evening. Good morning. I'd like to have everybody take their seats in the circle, please, so we can get started.
Yeah, just sit between the two guys with broad shoulders. So we
All right, I believe we're ready to get started this morning. Welcome, everyone. And I've got the great honor this morning. We're all hosting representatives of Treaty 7. We're really pleased that you've agreed to come and meet with us. And to begin the morning for us, I would like to introduce Elder Roy Bearchief, who will do a prayer and get us off to a good start. Thank you.
Could we stand up and I'll say a prayer in my language. Ayo pistato kina nuhka kistikoin nuhkspomu kina amuksi taakpo kopi mana naamuksi aksokska satstomiksi aamuja pukaiksi einiiksi. Nistonna nuhkspomu kina nistonna nahkohksoksi poissina. Nahkohkitsokotista piitsissä niitä avansinna. I koota maapsia aamuksi pukaiksi nuhka piipoihpinna. Nistonna tautuitseka tänään nistonna seksi ka inna piikani successu ki sutina. Nistonnaan siku kaika ki matopina nistonna niitä puutaksinna. Aamusia anuksi sekoi Apstoki, kistoki tukanahkutukista. Kistoki tukaneskuna taapsikisto. Ja nuhkiakkutu. Anne.
Thank you so much, Elder. So, once again, welcome panel members, guests, members of the public, media, and I just want to acknowledge that we are meeting on traditional Treaty 6 territory here. And I also want to remind people who are joining us, if they want to provide any input on what we're discussing, please complete the panel submission form that's handed out, or send an email to panel.submissions@gov.ab.ca, and you can do this from one of the laptops that are available in the City View room next door. This same address will continue to be used throughout the panel process. We've learned at the last panel meeting about sharing of information across systems and services, and continued moving towards recommendations through facilitated discussion. And I found personally that we found a lot of common ground across our ideas, and this to me bodes very well for our efforts to achieve consensus on the recommendations that we'll soon be making on ways to improve the child death review process. Since the last meeting, we all received a worksheet and instructions to help us limit the number of panel meetings required to keep our work moving forward. So I'm hopeful everybody had plenty of time to get all of these things done. So first of all, today we're going to be hearing from First Nations designates from Treaties 7, 6, and 8. Through the role of the First Nations designates, the Indigenous communities will have an opportunity to be involved in service planning and keep their children connected to family, community, and culture when children are receiving services from Children's Services. Today's brief facilitated process will be a check-in on what we discussed at the last meeting and on the homework we were given. And then we'll close our day with a brief discussion of the agenda for next meeting. So that brings us to the point where we are at Treaty 7 presentation. So to help set the stage, here's a little bit of background on Treaty 7. The signing of Treaty 7 occurred at Blackfoot Crossing, located on the Siksika Nation east of Calgary, September 1877. And Treaty 7 covers southern Alberta. And I had the great honor last October to actually visit Blackfoot Crossing. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful part of our province. In Alberta, there are 7 First Nations in Treaty 7 territory. Calgary and Lethbridge are located on Treaty 7 territory, and these First Nations are comprised of the Blackfoot, Stoney, Sioux, and Dene tribes and language groups. And I'd like to introduce our distinguished Treaty 7 presenters. I've already mentioned Elder Roy Bearchief, and the First Nations designates Diane Dixon, Deb Helwig, Norma Littlechild, and the Elder Myron Baptiste. And we also have Will Campbell with us. And other Treaty 7 attendees joining us are Esther Running Rabbit, Johnny Potterface, Doreen Kacketts, and Clifford Powderface. Did I miss anyone? Excellent. Oh, I did. Anne from Kainai. Welcome, Anne. All right. Oh, sorry, I heard Anne. Pam. Okay, so just a couple of things. At the request of our presenters, when the presenters wish to tell personal stories, today's audio, streaming, and recording will be temporarily turned off, as the presenters have asked. We are committed to making panel meetings as public as possible, but as our presenters will be sharing personal stories from the child intervention system, this is important to respect their privacy. We're honored and grateful to hear their experiences and wish to respect their wish not to have these details broadcast. And we also ask that any member of the public or media in attendance to please not record this portion of the presentation. Once the presenters have finished, we will resume our audio recording. So thank you very much for respecting that. After the presenters have shared their personal stories, I'll have a little more to say. So, yes. Not this, I think this is the sum total of who will be part of our circle today. Did you want to make it smaller? Okay, let's take a minute and just adjust our chairs a little, make the circle smaller. Okay, that was a great suggestion. Feels much better now. Even though we aren't doing the audio recording, we're using microphones because we do have at least one member who has difficulties hearing, so this will just make it easier for all of us. And I'm not sure who's starting us off.
is very important, right? Integrative practice approach to assess needs and strategize support services for families in the community, the First Nation families in the community. And that one is like, how can all the communities come together? How can we work together, like income support, child and family wellness, police, education, health and wellness come together as an integrative approach to help that one child, to help that family. Healing and restorative justice programs to educate families and the community on resolved trauma stemming from colonization, the Indian residential school, the 60 Scoop, justice, poverty, and inadequate funding for First Nations communities. This is what the reality is in First Nation communities, right? I know everybody, the residential school, the 60 Scoop, but you know what? I'm affected. My mom was in residential school. She didn't get out of prison until she was 16 years old. She went in when she was 4 and never came out till she was 16. And my brother that my mom and dad adopted was a 60 Scoop. My mom and dad saved him. And I'm glad for that because he would have been in the system, right? So everyone that's sitting here that's in First Nations country is affected by this, like it or not. Okay, child intervention legislation and practice framework supports DFNA staff with certification, training to learn to protect children through removal from their families. The federal government provides funding to support children that are removed from their families. DFNA and band designates are not supported with funding to fix traumatized and broken families. What a big difference, eh? Oh, you get money to remove families, but no monies to help keep the families together or help heal. A child's death has a direct and indirect impact to siblings, families, communities, nations, and protection from the media. Preventive and healing strategies are woven in language, culture, and tradition of the Treaty 7 nations. Legislation, funding sources must recognize and align with the unique practices that are specific to a family, community, and nations. It's a really, it's really traumatizing when a child, happens to a child in any Native community. It doesn't affect only the siblings, the parents, the grandparents. It affects everybody. And we as band designates have a very vital role in this part because we're the hub. We wear many hats. We're the ones that direct families to the right resources. We're the ones that are the bridge for the children and the community to bring the children back and make those connections back to the family. If the family can't find a forever home for the family, at least we're maintaining that connection with the family, that vital connection. And with the elders, it's really important that they have the elders there to make sure that their identity is right there and that their identity is their foundation. I'm going to keep saying that because all the traditions, like our neighbors here in Dakota said, our culture is so, it's just not powwows or anything. It's everything. It's the air that we breathe. It's when we wake up in the morning and thank Creator. Hi, Siaskas. He gave me another chance to make a difference in our life. That's how we live our life as Nehiwak or Sodena. And that's something that our children have to know for them to identify their identity. I think I said enough, so I'll pass the mic to somebody else.
As a band, designate, the obstacles that I find within the First Nakota Nation is funding. From there, when we did When I started to look as an individual for the review process, the death review process, the obstacle that I found was the no contact with the workers. And that was within the community. And it was really, that's an obstacle that I have. I'm speaking only on my behalf. And we also have the chief and consul as the board. Sometimes we have to go and write out letters and memos to remind them that they have a child that has been apprehended and it's their member. The obstacles that we have is when we have children, when we have a child that is not put on the membership list. That takes away their death rights, I say, because the band does not pay for a child's funeral expense when they pass away. That's in the hands of the provincial government. The only thing that I've seen so far was only the parents participating in the funeral arrangements. We also have a lack of reconnecting our family before our child dies. We have a lot of children that are in care with handicap. Sometimes some of the parents within the First Nation do not have the funding within the community to support their child. So what do? They have to give up their child to the provincial government in order for their child to live a little bit longer. And they know, and we all know as a community member that it does affect us all. Sometimes it's vice versa. We have parents that pass away before our children get to know them. Our children are lost in this world. They've already died inside within themselves when they are first taken out of the home. I always tell myself, oh my gosh, I watch these children. I advocate for these children. I'm the voice of the children. And I want to make sure that their needs are met, their needs are heard, and I don't want to just sit there and watch them die. And if they're dying, then it's like at least respect. Give that child that respect, the dignity, and their identity back. I've gone through a few things and a lot of obstacles within my job position. As a band designate, we are the ones who are the voice of the children. And I would like to see someday in the future as band designates to be certified workers. Yes, we have our education and social work field, but in the future, not tomorrow, not the next year, but to be certified workers on behalf of these children of the First Nation.
So I just wanted to point out one thing. Down in Stony Nakota, I worked as a foster care aide, case aide for, years and years. And then just a couple weeks ago, I got hired as band designate, and I noticed that there was a huge difference. Because as a case aide, I felt like I was a part of the team of the Child and Family Services. And then once I went back there as a band designate, they're like, oh, you can just come in once or twice a week to check your phone calls, or if you have any messages, check your email. And we don't even have our own offices there. So I think most of these guys do. So just Stony in Stony, we just feel like we're not regarded as a part of the team, and yet when something really crucial happens to a child, we are called upon, whether if it's dealing with a child's death or whether if it's reconnecting the child back to the community or back to families on reserve. So if you guys can let our voices be heard for Stony Nakota Child and Family Designates, it feels like I'm part of the team lesser than I was before, and we're not regarded as a part of the office, and that's kind of hurtful. And yeah, we don't even have offices to do our paperworks or whatever. They just tell us, find an empty office. Whoever's not in work, use their office for the day. Or if everybody's in, use the boardroom if the boardroom is open. And that's one thing we'd like to see is, like to strengthen the band designates and make us feel like we're part of Child and Family Services, because we are. And so, yeah, that's just one thing I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Just on a final note, I forgot to mention for Siksika Nation, I also do interprovincial matters. I've got several cases in BC. Now my caseload is extending into Saskatchewan. And I've gone to see these children at their homes. And I'm glad for the support that my board of directors and my CEO, who's sitting somewhere behind me, for their support, for supporting the interprovincial program. I think Siksika has the only program that's allowed to do interprovincial. So I am quite busy. They're constantly emailing me, phoning me, whatever it is, asking for Siksika's input to their child. And if the child isn't registered yet, I make a point of it that the child is registered, irregardless. And I will fight for that child to be registered, and I will fight for and speak for that child to hopefully one day to be returned home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate all of you sharing all of these things with us. I've got a number of panel members who are eager to ask some questions. We'll begin with Nicole.
Thank you so much for sharing your stories and for being such amazing advocates and the voice for children. I believe that we are here with the child at the center of what we're doing and where we're going with this panel. We heard some stories about the impact on the family immediately following the death of a child, as well as at the release of a report. I would like to hear some more about the impact of the review on the family and how the family is impacted during the review process, what has worked, what hasn't worked, and perhaps what you would like to see with that process.
I know for us, for me, we don't have a lot of experience or input to say what happens because we're excluded. And so when the review process is happening, it's all happening at a level that we're not involved in. We do get feedback from family members, and I think it's really important that they have their time to speak and that they have a voice to tell their own story. I can say what I've observed, and we've had one very hurt and traumatized grandmother who knew that her grandson was going to pass, but it became a jurisdictional situation where who was going to control the file. And that's really what it was. It wasn't a little boy's life, it was the file and the legal status. And although at Kainai we do have resources, we do have things that we suggested and we recommended, but they weren't implemented. So as band designates, we go to the trouble of coming to the table, of making the plans, but there's no I don't know what the word is. We just don't have any say after. There's no guarantee that what we plan is going to actually happen. So in that instance with that grandmother, this happened about 3 or 4 years ago. She's still grieving, like she can't let go of that loss. And so I think that's a side effect of the process, is that when you're not involved, you can't heal.
Anyone else wish to comment on that question?
For the Nakota Nation, the directors usually look after that. They keep the Nakota Nation, well, I feel like I'm left out in the dark. I feel like they do not mention, it's a hush-hush, and they don't want the director, maybe it is their job and it's in their job description, that they're not to inform us, but we're the voice of the children, and we would like and more than happy to be the voice of the death process review. Because the way I see it, the death process review has to be revised. What I mean by revised is having the band designate involved. Because if we're not involved, we cannot be the voice of the children, and we cannot speak on their behalf.
This is very new for me because I relatively had my position since May. And then this happened a few years ago within my community of Sotena. But just being an observer within the nation, I know within the Department of Child and Family that they are giving supports to the SIBs, and that there is counseling and therapy involved for the SIBs. But for the mother, I'm clueless, and for the grandmothers and the extended family, I can see the bitterness. I can see the hurt. We do have some resources that are there for them, but that analogy of you can take a horse to water, but would the horse drink the water, right? It's an individual choice for them to take. There is a little difference in the community where I live in with certain family members, and you can see it. So the whole community more or less has to go through some type of healing to bring that community back together again. But as a band designate, my door, I always emphasize my door is always open. And if they need any help or direction or anything, I am there for them. Like I said, everybody is connected. Everybody's related, especially in Sotena. Why do you think I married off the reserve, right? So that's how closely related we are.
Thank you. Next is Heather.
Thank you for sharing your stories and your thoughts. One question that I have is, prior to being elected, I was a social worker and I worked in the Indigenous offices, so the Aboriginal Initiatives office here in Edmonton. And so we were partnered with the band designates with the intention of having that relationship so that when these concerns came forward, we would be able to have one contact instead of different contacts. My understanding is that that has since changed just before we were elected. And so I'm wondering how you're feeling now with, has it changed, I guess would be a better question. And then if it has changed, do you see a different relationship now, and what could we do to improve that? Because my personal experience is I always had really great relationships with the band designates and DFNAs, but I worked with Treaty 6. So I'm just wondering from your experience what you think about that.
Speaking from personal experience and to share with the group, when the band designate program first started in 2013 for Siksika, from the beginning I was included with children's services, meetings, case consults, just whatever was needed for that child. And then down the road, like they slowly kind of pushed me aside, and I thought to myself, oh, am I doing my job well? Am I like what's happening? So when there's forms, Alberta government forms, where it states consent to involve the band designate. I use those forms a lot, but I never get a response from Children's Services. So what's the use having these forms if they're not going to include the band designate or the band designate's consent to involve like extended family, like the mother, whoever. You know, it's just wasting people's time when we can be doing other stuff with the child and the family. Like, I feel so segregated from the DFNA. And after all, we're dealing with the same legislation. I mean, there's nothing wrong, there's nothing different about the legislation. It's just that you're over there and we're over here. So for me, that's very disrespectful as a Native person and as the band designate. That needs to be changed. They need to involve the band designate at the DFNA level. So it bothers me because it makes me feel like, as a matter of fact, my office is not included within the main area of children's services. I'm on the outside. Like, it's just the way the office is set up, but just thinking about it. And I agree with one of the girls when they say, our doors are always open. And I don't like making appointments with people, because that's not my style. If they phone and ask me, Esther, I would like to meet with you, I need to talk to you, whatever, I tell them, come right in. Or if they happen to stop in unexpectedly, I just drop what I do and I tell them, come right in, let's have a tea or whatever. Because these people don't have vehicles, so they have to hitch a ride into town. That's why I don't believe in this appointment system. That's just me.
Okay. I know I'm going to answer your... What was your name again? Sorry. Oh, I'm Heather. Okay, Heather. I'll try and answer your question as best as I can. I know with the Treaty 7 area, each of the DFNAs have a different way of operating their band designate and then their DFNAs. I think I'm sitting in a good position here because within Sodena, as a band designate, I am so busy. And I work closely with the caseworkers, and I work hand in hand with the director and the associate director and the supervisors. So we believe in more or less like, instead of interprevention, is like more like a mindset of a prevention. How can we work together as a band designate and as caseworkers to best for the best interest of the child and the children and the families. So my job is always, I'm always getting case consultant with the caseworkers and ensuring that those family connections in the bridge and the culture component is always in there. So yeah, they keep me really busy and I love it. And I also am the voice for the chief and council. So I advocate, or how would you say it? I listen to what chief and council have to say and I answer to them as well, because they're the ones that are more or less the keepers of the children. So just to clarify that, I know each DFNA is run differently with their band designate, but with me and Sodena, we have a really good relationship. And it's not a relationship where we're knocking heads or opposing each other. We're working really closely together, not for us, but for that child. So that's how we work in Sodena right now, and I really like that.
I just want to say that's what we want in Stony Nakota. Yeah.
Within the Nakota Nation, as band designates, we work very closely with the Calgary region. We work more with the Calgary region than within our community, which I'm fine with, because we do get a lot of caseloads. We get a lot of caseloads, and we also do the report. The report is given to the director, and the director reports to chief and council. So, to be honest with you, I was telling one of my co-workers or my friend, I actually don't have a life. My life is surrounded by the child, and I love it, and I care for that child.
Go ahead, Heather.
Sorry, I just have one more follow-up. So if we're looking at the relationship then between the regions and then the DFNAs and the band designates, when we're reviewing the death review process, I guess I'm still trying to understand, there should be an automatic notification if they're a registered First Nation. So is that not happening? Is that relationship not there? Or does it depend again on the relationship between the band designate and that office? Like, I guess we're talking more about that urban centered Indigenous community versus like on-off reserve stuff. But I'm just, like, a notification should be provided to the designate.
Well, I guess for Siksika, speaking on behalf of Siksika, like I said earlier, we used to be notified by Children's Services, on-reserve Children's Services. They would fill out the form, the consent to involve the band designate. I'm not sure if am I the only one using that form. I don't know. But yeah, I do use that form to involve the band designate, and how it works for me is the original will go to the director, and then the director will I don't know, probably assign it to one of the supervisors or however they deal with it. But then we would set up our case conferences, case consults for this family. And that's where my role is in a supporting way for both the children's services and then with the parents, guardians, whatever. That's why I always say I feel like I'm a referee. So that's how I deal with my case consults. And relationship with CFSAs for Siksika is really, really good. Like, it's really good. I'm not just saying that because we're here. It's really, really good as opposed to the DFNA. I'm even scared to go to their side of the building. Like, I feel like, uh-oh, here comes the watchdog. You know, that's how I feel. Instead of going there, you know, because I want to talk to somebody, or I feel I always have to make an appointment. I don't know how the other band designates deal with their appointments or whatever, but that's how I deal with them. And now they've just totally phased me out. I don't know how many times I've given them that form, that consent to involve the band designate. And then the families that are under the DFNA, like, I let them know, because they're the ones that are requesting for that support. They're the ones that are asking me, I want your involvement. But I have to start explaining how the process works. And then they sign the consent. But then where it goes from there, I never hear after that. So that is a real concern for me, because these parents are depending on the band designate to act as their advocate, their support, their liaison, whatever. And then if they're going to be phasing us out, I don't know. I don't know what else to suggest. That's just from me.
Could I just add on? Maybe I'll just add on to what Esther's saying. See, Esther is using six elders as an advisory committee for her. 3 males and 3 females, 3 off reserve and 3 on reserve, and I'm one of the elders. But I'm also a board member for Siksika Family Services Corporation. So, since I started with Esther as one of the elders, I've been asking her questions too about some of the things that you're asking. And one of the things I looking at the legislation is she has to be notified within, I believe, 20 or 21 days about a child coming into care, and she has to be involved in it. And I asked her, has this been being done? And she said, no. So for me, part of being an elder here, changing my hat over here, carrying some of the things that I found out, carrying it into a board meeting and trying to strengthen her role as a band designate. For now, it's in the works, but it will get done, hopefully. But anyways, I just thought I'd kind of add on. Okay, thank you.
I'll go on to our next question. David.
Thank you very much. Could I just summarize a few things I think I learned this morning? One is that there are advocates in every one of the communities. They all have different resources. They may have different criteria for being qualified to be a designate. Some of you are being appropriately involved with the Child and Family Services. Some of you are not being adequately involved with DFNAs. What I'm not clear on was an earlier statement that when a child dies in care, the parent, the original biological parent, isn't necessarily even informed. And whose role is that? And how is it being missed? If that's happening, and the original biological parent is not even being informed of their child dying in care, how does that happen?
I think I was the one that stated that. In the Native community, in our communities, we want to be involved when a child dies, if this child was a ward of the government. But in my community, when a child dies or a parent, they don't involve the parents. They will give them some financial support to take care of the burial and whatnot. And they always have to get approval from Children's Services. To me, I don't think that's appropriate. After all, in the first place, the child was taken away from them through Children's Services. So when the child dies, at least give that final decision back to the parent. Especially if a child grew up in foster care up until they were 18, especially if there was a no contact order from the court. And then what if they never were informed that their child passed away? I don't know if I'm making sense, but I think the parents should be involved as soon as their child dies, irregardless if they're, let's say, up north, and the parents are at Siksika. I think right away an effort should be made to inform the parents, the natural parents, that their child died, whoever the caseworker may be. Because in most cases, they're only involved on the day of the funeral. And what if this parent doesn't have the funds to get to the funeral? And that's where the addictions issue escalates, because they didn't even get a chance to be involved with the arrangements, or, to even say their last goodbye while they're in the coffin. Nothing.
Disrespect.
Exactly.
Just a quick follow-up. That I gather then that there are two bodies that really should have the responsibility to notify the parents. One would be the DFNA in those circumstances, and the other would be Child and Family Services. Should be given the responsibility to identify the parent at the time of death. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
And that is not the case today?
Most cases, it's not the case.
I don't know if you really understand, when a child is in care, it's the provincial government that they're the guardians. So they're the ones that will take care of the child, and they don't necessarily, they'll invite the parent, to be part of like informing them and letting them know this is what happened to your child. But the grandmother that Deb was talking about, when we met with Calgary at the time, she asked them, I want to be involved as soon as my grandchild passes away, and they say, well, we're the guardians. So that's where the involvement can't take place, because they're the guardians of the child. And so this grandmother is still upset today. So, she said, okay. Then they told her, we can inform you, but she was upset about that. No, I want to take over. I want to be there when my grandchild dies, and I want to take over everything. The planning, and, because the mother has previously passed away, I think a year before, so she felt as a grandmother, like naturally she's going to step in there, but she didn't get that opportunity. And we were informed, Deb was informed, but it's not that easy when a child is in care. We can't just step in and, because they're the guardians. So some of the recommendations there is what Esther keeps bringing up is,
A little closer, please. I can't quite hear you.
Oh, some of the recommendation that Esther brings up is inform, let the parents be involved, the grandparents, the whole family. They need to be involved as soon as the child has passed away.
And if there's any further comments on that question, we'll go to Peter.
Thank you. It was an honor to listen to you this morning, so thank you for sharing. I'd like to follow up actually on David's question. I sense that what I hear is the role of the designate has become dysfunctional, systemically dysfunctional, not because of the desire from yourselves, but systemically it's become dysfunctional. And it almost at times, Esther, I was thinking of your comment, it sounded like its own form of lateral violence, and that you're sort of afraid to go down to the office to see what's going to happen or how you'll be treated. Is the solution found in legislation? In other words, is the solution found in a formalization of the role of the designate? Or alternatively, is the solution found with government working with band councils and not going through a legislative process?
I didn't realize you were talking to me. But anyways, I think it goes back to respective nations about let me put it to you this way. This legislation is not working for First Nations. I don't know if it will ever work for First Nations. If this whole thing about children's services is going to continue, then I believe that at least for Siksika, we have to look at how is it going to work for Siksika to include the language, culture, values, everything else that's associated with Siksika. We're doing a little bit of work on it, little bit, but we're not there yet. Because what one person from Siksika said, the top side here is about protection. The other side is about family, supporting family, which is family enhancement. What needs to be done is we need to invert it and more reliance on family enhancement as opposed to protection. Okay. That's why I never, like I said before, that's why I never really wanted to get into child welfare, even though I commend the workers there. It's a hard work. But me, my focus has always been on family enhancement as opposed to child protection. But something needs to be done with the legislation. I think something has to be given back to First Nations people. I hope I answered some of your questions.
Could I ask then a follow-up question? And I know that I'm circumventing other people answering the question, but Elder Roy, if I might, if I expand your comment, am I correct or am I not? Well, let me back up. When I read the Child, Youth, and Family Enhancement Act, of the 100 and something sections of the Act, I think if my memory serves me correctly, about 4 refer to Indian children. In general, does the Act work for First Nations? You've talked about it in terms of the designate, but in general, does the Child, Youth, and Family Enhancement Act work for First Nations? Or is it an application of dominant cultural family expectations and systemic expectations onto First Nations? It's a bigger question, but you sort of raise it in your answer.
I don't know, I think maybe you might have answered it yourself through your comments. But for me, it's not it's not working. It clearly is not, because it goes against our culture. Before, our culture used to be, we can go to an aunt or uncle and tell that person, could you come and talk to my daughter or my niece or my grandchild, because she's doing this and that, blah, blah, blah. But legislation leads to confidentiality. We can't do that anymore, because that's part of our culture. I mean, there are certain things in the legislation that speak against our culture, and that's one of them. It's all about confidentiality, discipline, the way our house looks when somebody does a house visit. Little small details, I guess, that lead to, well, the outcome is there's some neglect here, or whatever the case may be. Because sometimes when you go into assessments, sometimes it's quite subjective when you're looking around, you know. But anyways, to me, it's just clearly not working. At least that's the way I look at it. However, I think somebody needs to do some further work on it, such as let's do an in-depth research around it. Let's do a case study on it. You know, it's something for, let's say, a PhD student that wants to get their PhD, and can do a study on the legislation that is not working for First Nations people. But then I believe that a case study could be done on Siksika, because Siksika has a long history with children's services that goes back to 1973 when we had the tripartite agreement with Canada, province of Alberta, and Siksika. Canada paid, and we used, I believe, Section 88 for the general laws of application, and Siksika ran the service. That's where Esther talked about her years of experience working with children's services. But I will make a statement, it's not working. It's clearly not working. But more work needs to be done to disprove me or prove me right. But it's clearly not working.
Bruce.
Thank you very much for your what you've shared this morning, and it's been very useful and informative in many ways. One of the questions I've got is about the review process that happens when a child dies, and we've learned that when that tragedy happens, that there can be many review processes that might be going on. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about any involvement that you've had in those formal review processes, and if you've not had involvement, how could your involvement help that process? So kind of a two-part question.
Well, for me, I know something happened within my community, but as a band designate, I haven't really been involved with the review process that has been going on. I had to find out about this in the newspaper in February. I think it was in February or late January. Names were given, the actual incident, how it happened was given. And for me, knowing that, you know, I work closely and I'm grateful that I work in the same building with the DFNA there. And I know some of the, like I said, the DFNAs are so different in each community. That's how diverse and unique each of the First Nations communities are, right? So, but with me in Sodena, I'm located within the DFNA. We work closely, hand in hand together. We're always bouncing off ideas on each other. But one of the things that came to my attention was finding it out in the paper and not being part of the process or the review process. But and so when I got in contact with my director and I told her, did you know this was in the paper? And she didn't know till I told her. So the review process, something like this, you always have different challenges that come in your way. And I think we're trying to get a handle on it, and the director of the DFNA in Sodena is really good and trying to find out how this happened, where it, you know, systematically how it happened, and getting on the ball on it, and making sure everybody is on the same page on for this child that's no longer with us, but more importantly for the SIBs. And so, you know, pray to God that nothing this ever happens like this again. And because of the outcome of this, that there is a better plan in place and a better process, better communication, and the resources for the healing in the community. And also making sure everybody is together for this one family, for the children, and for the child that has gone. It's a learning process for me. It is kind of hard sometimes. Shocking when you find out it's in the media and nobody was notified that all this information was going to be in the media when it's supposed to be all highly confidential. And to me, when I read that, it impacted me, not only for me, but for the SIBs. They're going to be stigmatized for the rest of their life. Oh, you're the one that, you know, oh, your mother is like this. And then the mother, you know, I can't, you know, place myself in a situation like that. Thank God, never ever have to. But what she has to live for the rest of her life, and then trying to, you know, getting the help she needs and whatnot, and she's not even going to be able to heal from this ever, because it's out there. It's never going to go away. So how do we heal with that? And how do we learn from this when it was leaked to the, you know, to the media? And how do we support each other is something that we're working on right now. And I'm glad that I have the team that I have, because great, you know, when you're working together and you're bouncing off ideas, and I'm grateful where I'm at right now, because we are working closely together with the communications within the DFNA, within the band designate, within the leadership, within the police, and within, you know, within our lawyers ourselves, and especially the family that this is happening to. So I hope that answers your question somewhat.
I just have something to add about the potential for the band designate to be involved in the process. We know the child's story in the file, like it's more than just a file, because we're involved like throughout the continuum of that child's care, and so we become personally familiar. That file, when the child dies, gets sent up to the ministry, and I think it gets stuck, and so it creates quite a lengthy process of, I think they gather information, and so if they could just talk to us and we could help them, we could help fill in the gaps, we could create a story of a life. And it doesn't just become a paper and meaningless, because that's one thing that really strikes me about what we're talking about, is that it's a file, it's paper, and we're not honoring that life.
I think we've almost come to the end of our questions, and I think the panel is profoundly impacted by what we've heard, and everybody's really processing that. And I just wanted to say personally, I was quite touched by your story, Diane, about the thought as a grandmother of not having any contact with my grandchild who is dying. It's just, it's painful for me to even hear that. So clearly this is something we really need to look at as how we can maybe make this better. And I think just sort of as a general, I was thinking about some of the themes that we've heard. That's a big one, is that keeping the extended family and the grandparents in the loop and making sure everybody's informed. And, you know, the notion of prevention rather than intervention is, I think, something we've heard loud and clear. And some of the communications things, and this is perhaps where the panel can consider, is there a way through legislation that we can help better communication between the DFNAs, the FSA, families, department, all of the different players in there. I know that's a fairly big one. And the confidentiality piece and the stigma around that. I appreciate you bringing that up because I think that's another thing we do have to consider, how we deal with that. So thank you very much. Really appreciate you all being here and sharing these very personal things. And I think we're going to take a 10-minute break now. And we'll reconvene at, what time have I got here? It's 10:26, so let's make it 22:11. If I could invite everybody to come back so we can get started again. We have our presenters are here from Treaty 6. And if, so we can get started. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Really pleased to have with us representation from Treaty 6 to make some presentations to us. Just a little bit of background. Treaty 6 was first signed in 1876 at Fort Carlton in Saskatchewan. The treaty extends across the central regions of present-day Alberta and Saskatchewan. Edmonton is located on Treaty 6 territory. In Alberta, there are 17 First Nations in Treaty 6 territory, comprised of Cree, Dene, and Nakota Sioux language groups. And at this time, I would like to introduce our presenter, Loiselle Arcand, and her fellow colleagues from Treaty 6. But instead of me introducing, how about we'll just do a round and we'll introduce the panel and then each of you can say your names rather than me going through that? How does that sound to everybody? So I'm Debbie Jabour. I'm the chair. I'm MLA for Peace River, and I'm the chair of the panel.
Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Cam Westhead of the MLA for Banff Cochrane.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Bruce McLaurin from the University of Calgary.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. My name is Nicole Goring. I'm the MLA for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Good morning and hello to everybody. I'm Maria Fitzpatrick. I'm from Lethbridge East and I'm really honored to be here this morning with you.
Good morning, and thank you all for spending some time with us today. I'm Peter Choate from Mount Royal University.
Good morning. My name is Greg Clark. I'm the MLA in Calgary Elbow, and I'm very honored that you're here to speak with us, and I look forward to learning from you. Thank you.
My name is Martha Latender. I'm the Alexis First Nations band designate.
Good morning. My name is Judy Thompson. I'm the band designate for Whitefish Lake First Nations.
Good morning. I'm Marilyn Littlechild. I'm the First Nation designate for Erminskin Cree Nation.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Gadwa. I serve as a band designate with one of my colleagues out for Kihiwan and Frog Lake First Nation.
Good morning. I'm Annie Stanley of Frog Lake First Nation, also a band designate and an elder. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Wanda Stone. I'm band designate for Kihiwan Cree Nation.
Good morning and welcome to our territory, Treaty 6. My name is Joanne Gladu and I'm band designate for Ochis First Nation.
Good morning. My name is Lozelle Arcand and I'm the band designate for Alexander First Nation.
Good morning. My name is Denise Steinhauer and I'm the band designate for Saddle Lake Cree Nation.
Good morning. My name is Graham Such. I'm the MLA for Calgary Shaw.
Good morning. My name is Patty Labacan Benson. I grew up on Treaty 6 territory in St. Paul, and I'm very, very glad that you're here today. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Heather Sweet, the MLA for Edmonton Manning.
Good morning and welcome, David Swan from Calgary, Mountain View.
Excellent. So I guess we're ready to begin. Lozelle, you're taking the lead on this, and what we'll do is maybe have everybody make their presentation, and then we'll have some time for questions afterwards from the panel. So go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Deborah. So as you see, you got to meet some of the designates from Treaty 6. This isn't all the designates present here today. There are 17 of us actually comprised from Treaty 6 here in Alberta. And the uniqueness of our group is that some of our designates belong to delegated First Nation agencies, and some of us are belong to non-delegated First Nation agencies. So we bring to the table a lot of wisdom, a lot of experience in terms of some of the work that we do in carrying out the role of the designate. We've come to learn over the years that since the implementation of the role of the designate, that the responsibilities certainly have grown and taken us on various journeys, I guess, in terms of advocating and providing support to our nations. At our last designate meeting, we had a conversation around the child death review, and we came up with some recommendations from the Treaty 6 First Nation designate group in regards to First Nations children death while in care. So I'm just going to read from our document that we presented here, and then we can have a discussion afterwards. And then I'd like to, after I'm done doing our recommendations and talking about the death review, then I'd like to speak a little bit to the role of the designate piece. So first up, when it comes to First Nation children when it comes to a First Nation child or a youth who is a member of a First Nation, and that upon death of a child while in care, that the nation should be notified immediately. We've heard from some of the ladies in the group that that's something that's not happening. So whenever a member child from one of our nation dies in care and we're not case managed, or it's not being case managed, then there should be notification to the band immediately. Upon the death of a child or a youth, the immediate and extended family shall be included in the planning of funeral arrangements, so to ensure certain cultural practices are adhered to pertaining to each First Nation. And this was something that we had a discussion around. As I said, each of us come from different backgrounds in our communities. We have Stoney, we have Soto, we're Dene, Cree, comprised of all of the different nations in Alberta. So each of us has a little bit of cultural differences in terms of how we practice certain ceremonial things. And so that's something that should be adhered to in terms of when a child or a youth dies in care. Where there is a need for an autopsy, consultation shall occur with the nation to which that child or youth is a member of. And consultation should occur with the immediate family. Again, right, this would be for cultural purposes. Some of us have certain beliefs. Where a child or youth is in need of an organ transplant, consultation shall occur with that nation to which the child or youth is a member of and the immediate family. Again, right, this takes us back to some of our cultural beliefs and our cultural practices in terms of organ donation, tissue transplant, things like that. With regard to organ donation, consultation shall occur again with that nation to which the child is a member of. And there's a recommendation from the group that no organs will be donated without the consent of the nation and immediate family. Again, right, that's just respect for the family, for the nation, and for our ways as First Nations people in line with some of our cultural practices. We also had a discussion around the need to be more proactive where our youth are concerned, involving them more in their culture and this will help them maintain a connection to their family and their community, and will help them maintain a positive identity. We have seen too many of our youth commit suicide because lack of identity. So therefore, if we're able to be a little bit more proactive right from the time when we are able to, like, even when they're small, right till they get into their teen years and start getting into their adolescent years, that we take a more proactive approach where our youth are concerned in terms of introducing them to their culture. We find that a lot of our youth are lost because they don't have an identity. They don't have no sense of belonging. They don't have no connection to a family, no connection to a community. So if we're able to take a more proactive approach in introducing our youth to some of that, we think that having that connection to their culture is going to give them more of a sense of identity, and we won't see so many youth trying to attempt suicide. We also had a discussion on where there is a need for an investigation to occur due to a suspicious death of a First Nation child. The nation and the immediate family should be notified and interviewed, as they may have information that can assist in the investigation. Most times the nations are not even aware such investigations are taking place. And we understand that there are certain procedures and protocols that need to be followed conducting an investigation. And we wouldn't want to interfere with that. We just want to merely possibly provide information that could assist with the investigation. We also had a conversation on the legal rights of the nation and the legal rights of immediate family. I think this is something that needs to be clearly defined. We are aware in cases that where the child is a permanent ward of the government becomes the guardian. The nation and the immediate family did not, and we had a discussion and said that at no point in time did the nation or the family ever relinquish any of their rights to give up caring for our children and their well-being. So I think, having a discussion on clearly outlines what are the legal rights. It is our hope that a process of true consultation can begin to occur with First Nations regarding our children, a consultation process that prevents First Nations children from entering into care. This type of consultation can only occur once acknowledgement has been made that we enter into these relationships on equal grounds, that we enter into these relationships that no one is better than the other, and that the work that we're doing and that the work that we're putting forward here is done in partnership and in the best interest of our children. Stats and various reports have shown that it is time for a new approach when it comes to dealing with First Nations in the area of children's services. We will continue to remain hopeful that such a day will be upon us and look forward to a renewed approach for the delivery of child welfare in First Nations communities. We all know that in working together, that we can provide better services and better outcomes for our children. So looking at different ways in terms of how we can implement the service delivery in First Nations communities is something that seriously needs to be considered, not only in the area of child death review, but also in the area of the delivery of delegated services, in the area of foster care, in the area of prevention. We've come a long way in terms of some of the relationship building that we've done, but I think we still have a lot of more work that we can do that would better the services that our First Nation communities are receiving right now. I just want to take a breather and see if any of my colleagues have anything they wanted to add or anything they'd like to say. I promised them I wouldn't hog the mic. Ladies?
It is true that we need to work together for the child, because back home I see that. We need to get to know the child's parents, because I was a foster parent for the province, and at that time, when I was keeping the children, I was told I can't go have a cup of tea with the parent. And these were teenagers, but I overruled the director at that time and told him I need to get to know the parents so I will know how to help this teenager, because she was a high-risk teenager. So, and I didn't know what was wrong. And I couldn't take the risk if something happened while I had her in my home. So I did overrule the director at that time from St. Paul, and I went to visit the parent in Saddle Lake. And the minute the girl knew that we were visiting her parents and why she was in care, because the parents had an addiction, she did talk to her parents and told them I'm there. So we started connecting, and she told the parents, if they can take care of me, you guys can stop. Maybe you'll get me back. And that's how we got to know the parents at that time. And she was returned back to her parents. She's an adult today. So that's what we need to do. We need to work together as a team when it comes to children and teenagers. And we need to work with the parents, the grandparents, the aunts and uncles in order to work. So there's no hard feelings in between. That's how I work with my community members back home in Frog Lake. So I work 7/24 with the cases that I deal with under band designate. So I know everything is confidential, but we need to work together. In the other area that I know we had a member that had passed on a child in care, but we never got no information. They did the burial here in Edmonton. And the next one that we got information on was that it was like the provincial and mental health were passing the buck. That's why the teenager had died in the Millwoods area. And I think mental health and the provincial government should have worked together instead of saying it's your case, not blaming each other. I could say more, but...
Well, hopefully we'll have time for you to say plenty more. We've had a couple of new people join us. Perhaps we could just take a moment and have them introduce themselves. And there's a microphone, an extra one underneath you, Graham, there too, if we're short. Thank you.
Tansi na Geraldine Miason tika son maskati tiko ni o tian awasa ko me pe mam skuma ko taka pe mam opian ne hiao ne pe wani taya tanta to mina wasa ki pe wan haya kik o kon kan ke pe ni kano taha ko te ke ka pe apian o kun ka pe tagos chika ni gano te kan ka wasak e kon tato ka pe te maksits ta ka o pe ki hit pento tamat na o ka pento tau ya ka pento toa kan pento to ka wasak Kapepiks ko istamayak. Sa tsot ni witatos ko denis ko itamago tansis is neho tatamuan.
I wasn't listening. No, she asked me to. She asked me to translate and interpret what she just said. She said her name is Geraldine Amiaso, and she's from Muscogee's Cree Nation. And she talked a little bit about losing language and how that's so important for our nations. And the death of children also she mentioned. And the voices of the children, which are important. And she mentioned how it is important for the spirit of our children to be here as we mention them and talk about them.
Tante, Tikawinaw Askinasi Gaston, and Create Mother Earth. My English name is Donna Twins Hardy, and I'm from Kispatna, and I work for Camp Kispatna, Opikihawa Stone. That's for the Louisville and Montana tribe where I'm from. And sorry, I'm nervous. Anyway, we need equal funding and lots more I can say, but I'm sure these ladies already said it all. Exe, hi.
Hello, is this on? Good morning. Sorry I'm late. I had trouble parking. Couldn't find a spot and I walked quite a way to get here. My name is Lorna Rabbit. I'm from Paul Band. I'm the band designate there. A little over a year now. Before then, I was contracted as a band designate, but due to funds, there was no funds, so I was laid off and went looking for employment elsewhere. And then again was asked to be band designate again when funds were put in place. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you and welcome, Geraldine, Donna, and Lorna. And getting back to process, the next person who wanted to speak.
Hi, my name is Joanne Gladu again, Ogee's First Nation. One of the things I wanted to kind of go back on Lozel's presentation is talking about the inherent rights of our children and our communities and we as First Nations. I think that's one of the things that's always been forgotten is the fact that they are treaty status children, and that should be the foremost important aspect when they do the intake. When children or families get called in and there's intake workers or assessors as we call them today, one of the first things that need to take place is to contact the nation and find out who the band designate is and find out what is the protocol from that nation in terms of moving forward and planning for those children. In the past, none of our people, our families, our children had any say or any right as to what was happening to the future of that child. So therefore, a lot of our children today are lost. A lot of our children grew up in the system, and a lot of our children are lost as to who they are as First Nation people. For a number of reasons, and one of them I think is the disconnection that they go through at a very young age. And even as teenagers, there's that disconnection. They're not heard, their voices are buried. And as band designates, that's one of the first things that we do is speak for those children, speak for those families, and moving forward to ensure that the right decisions are made. And who has Who has the best interest of those children? We do. The families do. Regardless of the chaos, regardless of the issues, there is always extended family that are healthy, that can come forward and support those children. And hopefully support the family members, the parents that need that support. So when I talk about inherent right, those are the rights of that child. Any other nation, any other race, any other nationality you go through and you deal with first with the child welfare system, their cultural background is looked at. Their religion background is taken into consideration. What about our First Nations? That hasn't been the case. So I guess today that's what we're talking about is we need to have that voice and we need to be heard. When we talk about First Nation children coming into care, that's what we're talking about, is their right to be recognized as First Nations. That doesn't come only in terms of the status, but it also comes in terms of placement, the foster parenting that happens out there. I think a lot of the placements that are, if our children are placed in non-native homes, the cultural component, who they are as First Nations, their belief system, their religion is not recognized and it's not even taken into play. And that's where you have that disconnection, is from that get-go right there, because you don't believe that there is that they follow a religion. That's why we talked about the recommendation in children that die in care, the death. There's a lot of cultural protocol that takes place, and it depends on the child if there's an illness, if they're mentally incapable of taking those. Cultural protocol takes place, and we as a nation and as First Nation designates have that voice to be heard, to work together as partners and making sure that their needs are met, the family's needs are met, the community's needs are met in terms of moving forward for that child's future. So when I talk about inherent right, that's what I'm talking about. The treaty that was signed with the Crown, that supersedes everything else out here that we follow under the provincial laws. But we have to, because of where First Nations were not involved in terms of the transfer acts that were created, the transfer agreements that were created between the federal and the provinces. So First Nations individuals, First Nations right across Canada had no say as to what was going to happen to their future, to the future of their nations. So with that, I would like to just continue on and say that we work, and I always advocate to work as a partner with all CFS agencies, delegated agencies, because if that child is coming into care in a different region that's our nation, we need to be a part of that process. And when we talk about our families taking a part in the planning of that child, things would be a lot easier for the families, and I think the children too would have that connection, maintain that connection to the First Nations. So with me, that's what I do. I advocate for those families. I advocate for those children. And a lot of times I step on toes, yes I do. But that's fine, because I'm doing what I think is the best thing to do, and that's be that voice for those children that cannot speak for themselves, and the families as well. So, and moving forward to the recommendation that we're talking about, the death of a First Nation child in care, it is true that even though the province is the guardian when it comes to permanent guardianship or even temporary, because they are the guardians. Legally, they are the guardians under the provincial law. But under our inherent rights, under our laws, under our natural laws, we are the guardians. And that's why I said working as partners is a lot better than deciding who's going to have the last say as to what happens to that child. It's very important to respect and honor the cultural protocol for that nation child. Because at the end of the day, it is the family that are dealing with that. The guardian, the legal guardian under the CFS system, their guardianship is terminated at the death of that child. But that guardianship, under natural law, will always be with the immediate family and the nation. Therefore, it's very important that the supervisors, the case managers understand and respect the rights of that child, and also to honor that and to make sure that the nation is a part of that process, is a part of the planning. In the past year, I've dealt with a few children that died in care. Because of my consistency and believing that we have a voice, that child has a voice, we've been able to work in partnership when it came to deciding, even prior to the child's death, because the last one, there was medical complications. And the unforeseen happened, but the immediate family was notified, and so was the nation. And nobody made any decisions. It was the immediate family that made all the decisions regarding that child. And that's how it should be. And it was that respect. But like I said, not everybody has that ability to work in partnership with somebody that's a legal guardian through the province. And those are the things that we are trying to pave the way to make it so there's no hard feelings, there's no blaming, because it's part of life. But I think all CFS non-native, the Western viewpoint needs to change. If anybody knows what's best for that child, it's the people sitting around here that are First Nations. They know, because they know their communities, they know the families, and they know the culture and their connection to that culture. And that's a lot stronger, and that's a lot more easier to work with than a foreign way of doing things. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. And I guess that just goes to reiterate what we've been saying in terms of developing those partnerships, working, under some type of a working arrangement that respects our views as First Nations people. We talk a lot about getting back to like the grassroots of parenting, which would enable our children to have that connection to their community, to their family, and give them that sense of belonging that they need. And we're going to get that way by having that mutual understanding and that mutual respect for one another. Joanne talked about natural laws, and developing those partnerships and having band involvement. And for me, in the role that I've been carrying out as a designate over the years, it's always been like it's never been an equal partnership. It's always like somebody needs to take ownership when it shouldn't be. We should be in this together for what is in the best interest of our children. We know in Alexander that we do not have delegated authority. I know that. I know who holds authority at the end of the day. But that's not what it should be about. It should be about how can we best serve these children and these families that we work with? How can we best meet their needs? And we can do that by having an understanding, being open to learning about, our ways as First Nations people, and having that respect for our ways as First Nations people. We have some of our children who are placed in non-Aboriginal homes. We've had the argument because they don't want to allow our children to participate in cultural events or attend sibling visits or have them have contact with immediate or extended family because they come back and they're so distraught. Well, yeah, because they haven't seen their family in how long? Any child's going to feel that way, a little bit overwhelmed because they haven't seen their family in so long. So when we talk about some of this prevention work and we talk about maintaining those connections and developing those partnerships, that's the kind of stuff we're talking about. That's the kind of stuff that some, changes need to be made. For sure, we've talked about having our own legislation as First Nations people, even having our own foster care association as First Nations people so our parents can join. So our people can qualify under our terms, under our customs, under our requirements in each of our communities. So, like I said earlier, I think we've done some good work, but I think we still have a little ways to go in terms of how the delivery of delegated services are delivered in First Nations communities. I want to talk a little bit about the role of the designate in terms of some of the, because it kind of ties into a little bit in terms of with the review of a death of a child in care. All of my colleagues here, a lot of them have started off in this role and some of them have been new to the role, but the majority of us sitting here today have been carrying out the role of the designate since the designate role was introduced. Now, as one of my colleagues said that when this role was introduced, there was no funding tied to this position, and there was no real role as to what the responsibilities of the designate were. We kind of learned as we went along, and it's certainly taken on a lot of different forms in terms of what the responsibilities have been. We've become advocates, we've become support workers, we've become court aid workers, we've become counselors, we've become a whole lot of things when wearing the hat of the designate. And so over the years, this group has been meeting in terms of trying to justify why the designate role is needed in each of our communities. Well, I think you got to hear a little bit of why the role of the designate is needed in each of our communities. It's not just to say, oh, yep, we consulted with Paul Ban. Or it's not just to say, oh, yeah, we consulted with Saddle Lake. But it's to have that meaningful involvement, have that meaningful consultation where our voices feel like we're being heard. Because so often, they go unheard. So often, we feel like what we're saying isn't being heard. And so the role of the designate has also been to advocate, like Joanne's saying, she stepped on toes. So be it. But as long as we're out there, we're advocating on behalf of our nations, we're making sure we're being heard. But again, that's a position I think that seriously needs to be looked at because there is no funding identified for this position. But we do the work because we know the importance, we know the value of the role, and we know that it's needed in each of our nations. Otherwise, if we didn't have this role in each of our nations, there'd be no consultation process. We'd know nothing about our children and where they are, or have nobody to consult with. There needs to be some teaching in terms of the importance of the designate role in each of our nations. A lot of the CFS staff are unsure on what the role is and how to consultate with a band designate. So there needs to be some clarification around that in terms of what our role is and how to consult with us. It's not after the fact. So many of us sitting here have been consulted after the fact. Well, that doesn't do the child any good. That doesn't do the role of the designate any good. But if we can enter into this relationship on equal ground, like I said earlier, I think we can get a lot more done in terms of prevention. Even if it's, and we talk about the death of a child in care. If we develop those partnerships, we give that child a sense of belonging, we help introduce some of those cultural pieces like we talked about, that's going to go a long, long way with our children. And we've seen it because we talk a lot about grassroots parenting. We talk a lot about our natural laws, like how we were raised a long time ago by our cookums and our mushrooms and our grandparents. And we knew who the authoritarians were when we were growing up. And we had respect for that process. So when we talk about loss of language, we talk about loss of culture, those are the things that our children are missing. Those are the things that they're not being able to grow up with every day and learning those natural laws every day, like the way we did. So when you grow up and then you have that connection to it, you know what it's about. And you have a good understanding, and it gives you that sense of belonging. So those are the important things when we talk about we want to change things, we want to look at doing things differently when it comes to our children in care. Along with the role of the designate, I think a lot of my colleagues here sometimes find it overwhelming. I know my colleague Denise has a lot of kids that she visits, and there's only one of her, along with all my other colleagues. They're seeing a lot of our kids in care. Sometimes there needs to be 2 Denises just to be able to meet the needs of her children in her community, right? So again, that's something else that needs to be looked at. And hopefully, one day, we'll get funding for this position to be able to really, truly, do enhance some of the good work that we're already doing. Ladies?
I'll speak English. Okay. We all have a purpose here. All of us sitting here. Our purpose as humanitarians is to think of the rights of the child. I myself been working as band designate for many years, and it gets really difficult to work with caseworkers when it comes to planning for our children. And the most difficult part of it is knowing that a child has died in care. We all believe in something in this world. We're all humans. And I think about that a lot. We're here to serve a purpose. We're here to serve someone. It's that child. And I don't know about if you guys believe in spirituality. That's very important too. Because our body dies and our spirit lives. And I look at that when I look at the children. We're here for a purpose. We're here to speak for them in spirit. They are not here, but they are in spirit, here in spirit. When it comes to the death of a child, it's something that never goes away, the thought of knowing that child passed away. And there's a few children that I think about and I say, well, maybe I could have done something else different. Maybe I should have said something. And in my heart, I blame myself at times for those things. I should have said something. There is a class system when it comes to politics. My class system comes from the Creator. He's my boss. I believe in him. I'm not perfect, but I believe that children need a voice. So with that, I do have some questions for you. I'm putting the shoe on the other foot. I'm going to ask you some questions. When it comes to the death of a child, and this is coming from, what has been your experience with families who are having previous child welfare intervention services as they go through the child death review process? How do you see the process impacting families and communities? Because sometimes, the families are left after the funerals. Nobody's there to help them through the grieving process. And then I often wonder, how are those families feeling? They lost their baby. So that's my question to you guys. What has been your experience when it comes to families? How do you guys go about it day by day? You guys have the power. I'm just a voice. And that's something, you know, I really want for our children in care, to come back to our people. For that ceremonial piece, even to come back home to when they lose a loved one. Because some of them come home only to find out that their parents passed on. It's the same for the child and the parents too. It's sad to see the child, knowing, you know, the child lost a parent and we can't say anything. Because we don't want to create that, you know, trauma, you know, hurt that child's feelings. Those are the things that, you know, I think about. And from your perspective, what are the community supports that are available, needed for families receiving child intervention services during their traumatic time in their lives? And that's what I just got through mentioning. What type of services do they offer? It's kind of like, okay, but when it comes to First Nations, that death is a very significant part of our people. We grieve, we go through a process, there's ceremony. And it's a 4-year ceremony too after the death of the person. We do it different ways, you know. Paul Band does it different. Our nation does it different. We have our ceremonies. Those are the things we, you know, that need to be done for these children too when it comes to their parents or their sibling dying in care. And what insight or observations can you offer for reducing trauma and improving the experience of families, service providers, and community going through a child death review process? Those are my questions to you. The children, you know, we need to know. I need to know. Because I'm only one. And there's a lot of children out there that are crying for help. And culture is very important, the language. It was announced that the Cree language is an official language. How are we going to go about it, implementing that language? I learned the language, but I prefer my own. Because it has more meaning. I can't translate some of it to English because it means more than what I can say when I interpret it. But those are the questions I have for you, because when it comes to a child, it comes from the heart. And as we sit here, I hope that your heart hears us, because when the heart hears, it goes to the brain. That's all I have to say.
Okay, mine is going to be different. Okay, I'm going to share a text I got over the weekend. There was a powwow in our community, and I invited, because I take care of the off reserve, right? And I have over 150 that I'm trying to connect with. It's difficult, especially with foster parents that fight us to bring our kids to the community. Well, anyway, I managed to get a foster parent to come out. So I said, well, I hope you guys had a good time. And the response was, the dancing was fun. The girls want to try next time. Steve wasn't impressed with the reserve. He thought it looked pretty rough and scary. We could use someone to kind of show us around next time. That's his first time on a reserve. How can you judge the reserve like that, just going to a powwow? That's how a lot of the non-native foster parents do to us. We also need legal fees so we can, you know, foster parents have they have more authority than the CFS caseworkers. They dictate to those caseworkers, no, I want to keep this child. I'm going to adopt this child. We have to fight that all the time. When there are kids, we can teach them. We have healthy families. Sorry, I'm getting emotional, but it's that frustrating. Aye.
Good morning. I just wanted to make a few comments with respect to, I guess, the matter that brings us all together today. When we talk about death of children in care, it's really, I think it's very challenging to try to obtain all the information that's necessary to understand what led to that death, unfortunate death, as well as, I guess, the need to be informed as a First Nation and as a designate. Within the ministry, through the statutory director, we're required to submit within 2 days of an incident on a child. If it's abuse, sexual abuse, or death of a child, there's criteria, and the requirement for us is to send that forth to the stat director so they're aware of what's happening within the agency with member children or children in care. I think one of the things that's very important and would be important to this matter as well too is that the individuals or the CFS that are caring for our children, they should be required to send notices with the designates upon receipt of any type of abuse that's happening with member children off reserve. It's very difficult to, I think sometimes to feel confident in the ability of someone who's not First Nation to manage decisions for children. Many years ago, we began to work with one of the CFS agencies, and the dad who lived and resided to one of our First Nation communities, I'm talking about a death of a parent of a child that's been in permanent care of a CFS off reserve. The dad didn't have a good lifestyle, but over the period of years, his children, I believe, were in care 10 to 13 years approximately. They were apprehended when they were very young, so they grew up in foster homes in and around the Edmonton area. We didn't have much contact with them, nor was there any invitation, sent to us requesting for children to visit their First Nation community. The dad contacted our office. We began to work with him, and he wanted to get to know his children. He's missed many Christmases, many birthdays. He never seen his children for a period of 13 years, not because they were in care, but because I think at that time he wasn't living a healthy lifestyle, and he knew that. But he made a decision to change his life around. He got sober. He began to, get employment. He's settled down in a relationship that was good for him. And his next request was, I'd like to see my children, all of them. If it's one at a time, that's fine. I do love them, I miss them. And he really worked diligently, and he kept in contact with myself and Annie. And this started for about a month. We contacted the CFS agencies to let them know the dad is here. But unfortunately, what's written on the system when you upload it into ISIS or Cisco, is what they call it today, is the interpretation from that individual who's putting the information up. If they perceived anything negative possibly, that would be uploaded. So whoever reads that information really makes judgment on that parent from what is being written. So the dad wanted to meet his children. We were in a process of scheduling these visits and contacting the CFS, and I think they were in 3 foster homes in Edmonton. But the unfortunate thing happened to this gentleman. He died in a car crash. But before he passed away, I remember he was telling Annie and myself and the worker that he wanted to see his children. He wanted to tell them he loved them. And he wanted to say, I guess to apologize for putting them in care. And that's all he wanted to do. He wanted to tell them he loved them and to be there for them. So when he passed away in this car crash, it was unfortunate. We were starting to coordinate the visits, getting in contact with the worker. He passed away. I think it was on a Monday or Tuesday. That information came to us, and so what I did and Annie did is we got a hold of the CFS. It was on a Monday. They were going to bring him, I believe, on a Thursday. The burial would be Sunday. So I spoke to the caseworker, a casework supervisor, and they said they weren't able to bring the children to their dad. I explained what the dad was doing and what his goal was, I guess, is to get his children back. But it really felt, I think, on deaf ears. They couldn't coordinate, and we offered, we will bring our drivers, fee-for-service, pick up the children, bring them to the community. At least they could see their dad for one last time. That didn't happen. And I guess for me, it's concerning because not only is death of a child in care traumatic, it's also the death of a parent while their children are in care. How did they get closure? How do they know their parents really love them? How did they know these things? Because there's so many barriers that communication barriers that are set before the parent, because there's already a preconceived judgment within the system that says they were apprehended because there was domestic violence. Now, I don't agree with domestic violence. I don't agree with alcohol or drugs and that to be prevalent in the child's environment. But I do believe, we do have that right to convey this message to workers, our counterparts, the CFS, to really understand what it is that we're dealing with and the challenges that we face. Our roles as designate extends beyond 2 or 3 hours a day. It is 24 hours. The calls come in Friday night, Saturday night, Monday night, and we are on call to address those. And we're not looking for compensation. In this, we are looking to be seen and heard as a contributor to decisions that are impacting children in care. When children are apprehended off reserve within the Edmonton area, we've sent out the names of the designate, contact information, and hope. And the goal is to know where our children are going and hopefully to make some recommendation for placements. It's been very challenging with regard to working and really within legislation. There's very little legislation that speaks to having a designate to speak on behalf of a child. Foster parents in this case have a lot more right, and the decisions have always been trumped by what it is that they want. Permanency planning for children through adoptions and private guardianship. We want our children to have a good life, to be in a home where they have a sense of belonging, security, and direction. But when it comes to permanency planning, once the children go up for adoptions or private guardianship, then all rights and I think, through the adoptions, anything to do with a First Nation is then severed because it becomes their children. We understand that. But I believe that when people are adopting children, it extends beyond 18 years old. It doesn't stop when they turn 18. This is where it would really be, I think, a really good exercise to find out when these children are adopted, once they turn 18, what was the involvement with that family? To us, if they love them, they care for them, and they keep us connected to the children, that is really important. We need to know where our children are and the plans for their future. Through private guardianship as well, too, we've been approached and requests have been made to Chief and Council to support a decision on private guardianship or adoption. However, Chief and Council had limited information with regard to the history of that child, but the expectation when caseworkers came in is they wanted a letter of consent to agree to an adoption. Now, I think in order for our Chief and Councils to agree or disagree, they have to have information to make an informed decision. And is that the best decision? And what options have there been to return the child to the parent, to the community, or to be within an environment that is going to enrich their sense of belonging. I believe there's a lot of work that still needs to be done when it comes to organ and tissue donation legislation and donating, children in care. Now, I don't have factual information, but I would imagine there are children that have been in care that have been given, their organs and tissues have been given. And we understand, yes, those organs and those tissue donations are critical to meet the life of another individual. But it could be done so much more better in a way that, the families involved, the parent has been, the right to that child has been taken away from them at the time a permanent guardianship order has been granted. The organ and tissue donations, along with the Child Youth Family Enhancement Act, need to be researched to know how these two legislation really work together and to understand the process that's necessary if and should organ and tissue donation should be something that's considered for children in care. But I don't believe it's a decision of a DFNA or CFS to say yes, because they are permanent wards, we have that ultimate decision. We need to take that to the family and find out what their comfort level is, or if it's there to proceed with it. It's unfortunate that some of this legislation, family law, really does affect the ability for, child services to make decisions, because there is a host of other legislation that work sometimes opposite or don't support what Child Youth Family Enhancement Act does. So we really need to review all legislation and to set really clear boundaries and processes that speak to, decisions that affect our children. We do need to be able to work together in a way that is going to enhance understanding, that's going to include First Nations, and certainly that is going to be respectful of a decision that's going to impact that child forever from that point. Those things need to be addressed. I am not claiming to be an expert in all the legislation, but I am clearly there to ensure that situations that don't appear to be the best interest of the children, especially our First Nations, are addressed in a way that brings justice, that brings about fairness, and that really exercises the right of that First Nations child. We do have a lot of work that needs to get done, and a lot of it will get done if we sit together and we understand when we are confronted with an issue that really is dependent on outcomes and how persuasive or how much power the other has, it really waters down, at the end of the day, what happens with that child. We need to begin to involve our First Nation communities and our DFNAs and our non-delegated agencies to work on areas that affect First Nations children and care off reserve. When they reach the age of 18, if they make it to that age, they need to know who they are. They need to visit their communities. They need to come out and meet their leadership and walk the land where home is to them. They will never know that if they're not brought out there. And we've encouraged them, and we've received some resistance. And really, when children are in private guardianship or adoptions, foster parents or the adoptive parents do not need to consent to bring the children. The cultural connections, the cultural plan does not need to be adhered to. So we need to have more emphasis on the rights of First Nations children and care through a process. At this point, that's all I wanted to share. We do have an initiative with Edmonton Region, and that's one of the steps that we're working towards, is to have our First Nation individuals be within the Edmonton area so they can go visit the foster parent home and visit the child and to be more connected. One of our leaders said, if our children cannot come home to us, we are going to go to them. So that is really certainly an exercise that we are putting forth, because they don't know where to go, they have nowhere to turn, and maybe they think their First Nation doesn't care for them. They won't know that unless they meet with us, unless we make that connection with a parent and a grandparent. We do have a system within our First Nation communities that is strong and resilient, and certainly embraces the love that we have for our children. We don't know them all, but I think through this process, it's going to get us a step in the right direction, and we need your help and your consideration to sit with us, talk with us, so we can guide one another in a process that impact our children. We sent a letter of the adoptions, organ and tissue donations to the Premier. We never had a response back because we felt it was a huge concern. For whatever reason, there was things that happened through the election, we didn't receive it, but that does not mean we have given up. We will still continue to do what is necessary and what we believe is the best thing for that child. And we have to look at legislation and really change legislation in the area of the band designate, and more voice of the First Nations in a way that it provides support to our children in care. I believe we know what it takes to help a CFS make decisions and care for those children, because at the end of the day, we care for them. We haven't met them, but we're going to be there as a strong support for them in the future moving forward. That's all I wanted to say. Hi. Thank you.
Aboshtet. I've been in this job for a year. I thought I was going to retire, but one of the band counselors come and asked me if I wanted to take an interim job as a band designate. And I said, okay, interim jobs are short anyway. But I'm still here after a year. And in that year, I've seen a lot of things that are happening to our families, things that all these ladies talk about. And you wouldn't believe, maybe some of it you believe it, some you don't. But I know that the 60 scoop is still out there. I had to educate myself what they meant by 60 scoop. And I know the residential schools is another factor in the breakdown of our families and our communities. But one of the things that I found out, and in 3 cases, and I think all the government officials should know that 3 cases is too many, that our children are taken off the reserve without a court order. And with one of them in a White Court area, I had to phone the manager and say, hey, listen, your workers did a very sloppy job, taking these kids from their parents and sending the court order later. I said, I want them returned, because you have just done a legal abduction of our kids. So they had to return the kids, but to this day, she hasn't talked to me. And there's 2 other cases where the caseworker went in and told the grandmother, I want to talk to the little girl in my car. And she claims she never saw her for 2 years, because she's what everybody's saying here, guardian of the province, or ward of the province, they used to call them. And it wasn't until we start working on bringing some of these kids home, because their grandparents want them back, that we find out this is what happened. And another case is with Edmonton, and I got a call about some twin boys that were in care, and they were with the auntie. But the caseworkers went in there, they never contact me or the band, and they took the kids and they said, we're taking them for a visit with their dad in Edmonton. They never returned either. And by the time we investigated, they were they went through family law, and paternal grandparents got guardianship in Saddle Lake. And you probably have these children there that we're looking at getting them back home to visit with the family and stuff like that. And we've done a little bit of work with Paul Ban, with Coal Lake, other band designates, to share information, because we need partnerships. We need somebody who's going to support us and say this is right. So that's where some of the jurisdiction comes in. And I think I heard some off reserve, on reserve. Once the families are in Edmonton, we have no jurisdiction. So we have a CFS office on the Alexis First Nation. And they have no jurisdiction, and I have to always ask, I want you to check up on this child because they were apprehended. And if they're in Edmonton, they have to get a hold of Edmonton offices. And of course, no jurisdiction, right? But I think someone said here, we don't need to have boundaries because these are our children. We don't need to have boundaries to what was given to us. And I think a lot of people have talked about the spiritual aspect of having children. This morning I went out, it was a beautiful morning. How many of you said, Wakataka Abba Tahawashte Yakubit? The Great Spirit, you've given us such a great day in which all our children should be happy. And now today we're going to talk about our children. Because look at all these ladies sitting here. They're probably all grandmothers. Their children are like my children, and my children, grandchildren are like their children. That's why we call them our children. That's a traditional way. When we have adoption, and when we were talking about adoption of kids, some of the families wanted to adopt their own grandchildren. And you know what? We have to adopt them from the guardians. And who's the guardian? The caseworkers. And we have to adopt from them. So I presented to them, I said, you know, Native people say the Creator gave us gifts. And one of those gifts are the children, because they're the ones that are going to continue on our legacy. Those children were given to us, but someone took them. And now we have to adopt them back, and it's a long process. In our traditional ways, we adopt people. We adopt, you know, I got adopted in Morley. And you know why they adopted me? I was an adult already. They asked me who my parents were. And we all know that's how we identify which family you're from. I said, I don't have family. My mom and dad, my grandparents are gone. They journeyed back home. And so they said, "Thou Unishiganet, you're very poor." They didn't measure me by how much money I had or anything, but how much relatives I had. And they said, "We'll be your parents." So they adopted me in Morley. We didn't have a long process, but we can. We can have a ceremony. That's how our adoptions work, traditional adoptions. That's why we talk about kinship. That's why we talk extended family. Those are very important in our children's lives. That's why we have siblings. I have siblings. If anything were to happen to me, I can see my siblings stepping in and helping me raise my grandkids, because I'm raising my grandkids right now. And no one told me that it was my responsibility. I knew it was my responsibility. Nobody can take them away and say, okay, you're irresponsible. Because in my heart, and I heard it here, there's love there. Sometimes we're driven by grief. When I lost my son and he left 2 boys behind, I was driven by grief right here. Couldn't think all that much over here. Because now I had to live life without my son, but I also had to raise the boys. And no one said, "No, I'll give you this money to raise them." I have to continue working. I can't retire till they're both 18. So those were things that we run into, the jurisdiction, the adoptions, the practices. We have traditional adoptions. And nowadays we call, I think there's a word that comes up, kinship. When you say kinship, some of the caseworkers don't like it. When I talked about kinship, because I had to drive to Edmonton, and I said, we want the child to be returned back to the reserve. And you know what one of the caseworkers said to me? If this child goes back to the reserve, we're going to close the file and there's nothing that's going to follow that child. Like we won't support the family that's taken that child. So I said, I guess that's fine. We'll find ways to feed our children. And the other thing that we find is that we have too many. I know that caseworkers say you have to be a little intrusive if you're going to protect the kids. But sometimes they're really intrusive by involving schools, police, and they use all these information. I don't know where they get it, because when they tell me, and I said, were you there? You said this person was drunk. Were you there drinking with him so that you know? Why do you tell me all the negative stuff? Because I know these people, and I translate for them as well when they don't understand some of the things that are being told in the parenting orders and stuff. I translate, this is what they're saying to you. This is what this paper is saying to you. So, and the other thing that I found, the information collected, like just what I said, there's not a whole lot there, because some of the court orders don't even have the moms' names on them. And it's the moms that come to me, and then when we do our little investigation and call everybody, that we found out the court only has the father's name, because that's where they're supporting, right? They're not looking at the whole picture like we are. We like to see who's the best, not only the father, not only the mother, but we have to find that healthy person themselves that's out there. And so we do a lot of advocacy, because, of course, families are not going to be hurt, because sometimes some of them, I have one family, a grandfather that wants to take care of his grandkids, and his way of presenting himself is a little rough, because he has to use English. So when the translation goes back and forth, I usually tell him, because he gets a little upset because of the way English is interpreted in our language. So I have to come in with my language and say, have to smooth out the misunderstandings and get him to understand that we're going to try to move to what he wants as well. So I become a translator, interpreter with my own people. And the other thing that I was listening to the Gowane from Hobima talking about spirituality. Everything is a ceremony. We don't have to do it like where we set up a lot of stuff, but it's a ceremony. Like I said this morning, when the sun comes up, where are our kids? Well, my grandkids, I send them to school, but where's everybody else's kids? That's what we're here for. And our children are gone. And sometimes you hear it. They're gone where we can't find them for a long time. And then some days they'll come back somehow. So I've dealt with people from BC, the ministry in BC. They have some kids over there, and I didn't even know. And I said, who's over there? Like, who's in BC from Alexis? So we have to find that out. I dealt with one in Ontario where the father wanted his mother to take care of the kids, but they're from Alexis, so we have to always explore and recommend that these kids remain with their First Nation. And so we dealt with Saskatchewan, interprovincial care of one of our kids. So we have to do all that stuff, and yet we're designates that's supposed to remain on the reserve. So who does the work for us out here? We still have to reach out. And she's talking about off reserve. Still have to reach out and find out who's out here. Over the weekend, and she read something from her, I had calls all weekend, texts all weekend, because one of our families, of course, the crisis unit has to step in, right? And I said, how come we don't have a support worker for that person to help them get stability in their home so the kids don't have to be removed. But they were removed anyway. They went from the crisis unit to foster home. So there isn't enough, like somebody said, there isn't enough people. Why don't we have a kinship worker right in Edmonton for each nation? Why don't we have another worker on the reserve? Because just one, like, that was a 7-day week, and I got a whole 5 days is all booked already. And I'm supposed to be an interim worker, and I think they're going to hire me for another year. And I'm supposed to be retiring, and but the kids are number one. We had children apprehended right from the hospital. Mothers going there to give birth, and I don't know. One of our RNs called me and said, "Did you know that CFS workers are calling the hospital when one of our moms go have their babies, and they're making recommendation that they be apprehended because they're meth babies, they're drug babies, they're FAS babies, whatever it is the social workers think they have." And I said, well, they don't have the medical expertise to say that. And yet we had babies apprehended. So the registered nurse was the one that tipped me off on that last summer. So it's the 60 scoop all over again. It's only done in a way that's within the perimeters of the legislation. And I guess the other thing I want to say today, because we have so much to say, it just doesn't take half hour for each one of us. But I'd like to say that as First Nation people, as Nakota Sioux Nation, we have our ways of dealing with life. And when a child dies, the whole community grieves. When 2 of our mothers lost their babies in a hospital, and I was trying to keep the caseworkers away from there because I knew they were going to apprehend them, we lost those babies. Twin babies and another baby. And guess who had to help the mother, because she called me, was to arrange, they wanted to have funeral. So we have to get a hold of the cultural people. We had to get a hold of the chief and council to pay for the funerals. So we're grief-stricken too because we have to do the in-between job. It's just not like sending the babies to the funeral home and from there go to the reserve. There's a lot of work to be done in between. And we've lost those babies. And we see the grieving moms. What do we say? What do we do? We had the ceremonies a long time ago, but even that went underground because it wasn't right to be an Indian. It wasn't right to practice what was good for us. So we do a lot of grieving. One of our best practices I find in Alexis is to practice with the traditional ways. Because what else do we have? We're going to fight the systems anyway. But we need to keep our spirits and hearts strong. Because we will be grieving for a long time. Because this is the investigation, the inquiries that's being done right now is not the only one. There is many before that. But it is our belief when a person dies and we send them off on their journey back to the spirit world, that's done. So when this inquiry started, I said, but there's changes that can be done. We can't change that we had lost a life, but we sure can help and ask for changes in policies and legislation. That can be changed in the future. What happened with our children that died? They're buried, they're gone. Just leave us with broken hearts. But we sure can ask for change in the act, the Child Welfare Act. Because Lucelle is right when she said, where's our rights? The ladies that talk about our rights. Since when, and I haven't read the Child Welfare Act, I just looked at the part that deals with First Nations. Where does it say there that the right of the parent was taken, where the parent doesn't have the right to say, I want some visits? And where's her rights when child welfare worker says you have to go and take what do you call those drug tests so that she can be a parent again? How many of us here get a drug test so that we can practice what we're practicing? So why do we put that upon our parents? Like some of them might be taking cold medicine, and that can show up in your drug test. So all the rights of these parents are not only taken away, but squashed. And I got a call from a mom yesterday, and she said, they told me I have to do all these things so I can get my baby back. But and she said, now they call me and they said I'm going to lose my baby. They're going to take it to court and it's going to be PGO. So, and I said, well, how about your visitations? Well, they cut back my visitations from every day to 3 days a week. And the support worker doesn't want to answer my calls. So we have to go there. We have to make time and connect with these workers and say, okay, what's happening here? And we're not paid as designates to come into the city, to go to Whitecourt, to go to Barrhead, to go to Edson. But I do come to the courthouse once in a while when the parents can't come to the courthouse. And you know what I found out as well? That Children's Services can provide a driver for these families. I didn't know that was in place for them. To get to court, to get to Edmonton. And the other thing that I asked for changes was when they're having visits with the families, they were making them visit in McDonald's. How are you going to find out if this parent can parent? This parent should be visited with their kids at home, so they're cooking, they're cleaning, they're eating with their kids, making them special foods, whatever. But they make them sit in McDonald's for 2 hours. So I said, what kind of visit is that? I mean, humanely, right? And then they were sending them to the parks in the summertime. Well, we have parks on the reserve. We have school parks. We have places they can go and visit with their kids if they want to, not in Barrhead or Whitecourt or wherever. And then I had to get a child removed from a very well-known family that was taking care of our kids. And they tried to say, well, that child or that person is a well-known, very good person. I said, well, good for you. If he's good for you, then he's good for you, but I want our kid removed. Because when we talk about sexual abuse, when we talk about child abuse, we don't want our kids to be in those homes. In the first place, they removed them because they accused our nation for that. And the other incident I had over the weekend is one of our kids got hurt in a foster home in Onaway. 2 of the kids got hurt in that foster home, so I asked the foster home director to investigate. I want to know why these kids are hurt there and why they weren't supervised. Why a child would be hurt 9 o'clock at night and end up at the Stollery. Because isn't a 5-year-old supposed to be in bed by 8:30? Not 9:30, 10 o'clock. So those are the kind of things we deal with, and we're hoping that we can move some of that to where we'll get some answers. We'll have to look at prevention. Our little girl, the little 4-year-old is gone. What's going to be our prevention? Let's look at the Child Welfare Act. How much do they really give us? How much rights do we have? We can't even adopt our own kids. We have to adopt them from somebody else. But they should have been adopted within our families.
So, Martha, I appreciate very much what you have to say, but I do have to interrupt. We've only got about 15 minutes left, and I don't know if there's anybody else had something quickly to say. I know I've got a couple of panel members have questions. So if there's anybody else who had a comment, otherwise we could just have a couple questions. Can you answer my question first? I asked for another respect. You would like the panel members, somebody to answer your questions. Okay, we'll go Maria and then Peter.
Okay. Sorry, Peter. That's okay. I'll answer one of your questions. The question about the suggestions to reduce trauma. And for me, I believe that respect, support, and honest and open communication is the best way to provide support in a trauma situation. But I'd like to say one other thing. I want to, first of all, Oki, I want to thank all of the 12 women who came here. I applaud you for stepping up and being the mothers of your community. I appreciate so much what you had to say today. And certainly as a panel, we want to do what's absolutely the best thing we can do to fix the whole situation. So I have a question. What impact do you hope to see as we make recommendations to strengthen the system that reviews child deaths in the province?
And before somebody, just before a response to that, I just wanted to add to your request for responses. As I was hearing your questions, I couldn't help but think these are exactly the kinds of things we as a panel are looking at and struggling with. So I'm not sure that we really have answers yet, but those are exactly the questions that we're looking at and saying we know we have to find a better way to do this and respond to that. So I appreciate you reinforcing that for us. And once we've reached some tangible conclusions, we'll have another dialogue and hopefully, you know, we'll be a little closer to finding a solution. Did anyone want to comment on Maria's question?
I will. I think, just to answer that, I think what we're looking for is we're looking for some respect. We're looking for some respect as First Nations. We're looking for some respect for our chiefs and our councils, for our grandparents, for our children and our families that we work with. We're looking for some acknowledgement to understand that we have ways as First Nations people. We're looking for some understanding, some open-mindedness in terms of how we can work together in developing a partnership that's going to work in our communities. I think that's what we're looking for. I mean, we come together and we have, I know when we were asked to come and sit at this meeting, and to be quite frank and to be quite honest, a lot of us have been down this road before and saying, what are the issues? What are the problems? We know what they are, but still we come and we sit and we talk about what the issues are, we talk about what the problems are, but they go undealt with. So our hope is that as a result of these panels, as a result of these conversations, that we're finally going to be heard, that we are able to sit together and identify those needs in our communities and bring those resources that we need to each of our communities to help our families and our children, whether it's to prevent children from dying in care, whether it's to look at what kind of supports we can give them, grieving, anything else that we can do to help maintain our families to be able to stay together. And by looking and doing those things, we need to look at policies. We need to look at legislation.
Peter?
I'd just like to add on to Luzelle's. One of the impacts, you're asking what the impacts are. One of the impacts is that financial burden that the family has to deal with and the nation. I can't speak for the rest of Treaty 6 First Nations, but I can speak on behalf of Ochis. We support our families. whether they're in care or not. When it comes to a death, the whole community gets involved because of the cultural protocols and what we follow and what we believe, our religion. I'll say our religion because if I say cultural, it doesn't, that the connection is not made to non-natives. And I'm being very honest with that. But if I say religion, then you make that connection. You understand what I'm talking about. So when a child is in care, who covers those funeral costs? Does the province step up, or do they close the file right on the day of death, so there's no financial obligations from the province at time of death? Those are the things that I would like to have answered because I don't know. One of those things for my nation, we don't talk about those things because the important thing is supporting that family, supporting the community when it comes to making arrangements to make sure that the protocols are followed when it comes to the burials and the deaths of our nation members. So that's the last thing on our mind is the financial piece, or trying to argue who's going to pay for what. That there's time enough for that later on. So that's an impact. And also the other impact is the lack of respect to the First Nation immediate family, and the lack of respect to the nation when it comes to informing. I think the band designate plays a very strong and important role when it comes to informing the community of a death of a child in care. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bruce. Peter, sir.
Hello. So I've heard you speak about the hope at some point that the legislation would be more reflective of culture. As I said to Treaty 7 this morning, I think there's about 6 sections of the legislation that speak to Native children, and that's about it. But you began to wander into, I think, an area that is remarkably crucial. Before the courts in Edmonton and Calgary, I don't know about elsewhere in the province, but in Edmonton and Calgary are currently applications under the Family Law Act for the adoption of children by foster parents when kinship is available. Under the structure of that the children have been in the care of the foster parents for an extended period of time while permanent guardianship was established, and that attachment has now taken place between the foster parent and the children, and thus they have become the parent of preference in front of the court and under the Family Law Act. And you talked about the necessity for representation for the children in that, and that you as designate might be one of those voices. Is the system which was supposed to consider kinship care under signs of safety, is the system doing that? Is the system contemplating the on-reserve, in-nation option? Because the problem I've just described that's before the court comes from the non-Indigenous placement of a child for an extended period of time as opposed to an Indigenous placement when a kinship might be available. What's going wrong there?
I guess I'll kind of speak to that, and my colleagues here can jump in as if I'm missing any points. First of all, when you talk about signs of safety for kinship homes, when it comes to First Nations, signs of safety does not do justice to those homes because of the way they're written and because of the lack of cultural understanding and protocols of our nation. You need to, signs of safety is geared for non-native homes through the provincial system. It does not meet the it does not meet the cultural and the way of life and the religion aspect of First Nations. I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear on that, but it does not do any justice to our First Nation homes on reserve because of a lot of different reasons. And I'm just saying a few of them, which is the cultural component to that. And also the fact that the signs of safety that you're talking about really is set up to fail the First Nations kinship homes.
I think we've had an opportunity to see the signs of safety form that's being utilized, but the other thing to keep in mind is that the role of the designate is not a delegated role. So we're not the ones out there implementing or doing the signs of safety. All we can do is make recommendations because this is not a delegated role. We don't have that authority under the Act to implement, even fill out the form.
But I guess what I'm asking is you as the designate in a position of voice for the child on the reserve are able to tell us whether or not the steps necessary to avoid the legal situation I described are occurring, and we're told that SOS is a mechanism for doing that.
There's two, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not the legal person here, but there's two different laws here when you talk about family law. Family law through the private sector, totally different interpretation to kinship. But under child and family, the process is also different as well too. In terms of somebody going in for private guardianship or adoption on a child that's in care. So those are two different things. I really don't know what the legalities are, but I do know that if people go through private adoptions or private guardianships through without child and family involved, the process is a little different. And yes, the adoptions do go through because there's no involvement with child and family. And as a band designate, you're not involved in that as well too, because it's an individual family decision that they make to go through that. But under child and family service, it's an obligation for case managers to let the band designate be involved and talk about the process on how it's going to look for adoptions. And most times, yes, adoptions are contested because for a lot of reasons, and that's that loss of connection and ensuring that those children remain in the community at some point or come back to the community at some point, if not with immediate family, then with extended family, if not, then the community itself. The other piece to that is the private guardianships. A lot of people are opting to go through private guardianships now, and as sad as it is to say, a lot of the case managers will push non-native foster placements to opt for the private guardianship because it's a lot easier for them and as that's going back to the 60s scoop with the, so legally they use the legal laws under the CFS to benefit the non-native homes and placements versus our homes and our communities. So there is that differentiation that they make in terms of moving forward for permanency. So when you talk about band designate get involved, the band designate should be involved right from the start at intake to avoid a lot of this legal hassles that happen and the jurisdictional issues that happen after they have status on those children. So it is a very important piece, and we talk about legislation. That's where it isn't legislated that the band designate need to be involved. But interpretation of that is totally different in each region and each province. So it's very very broad and open for all kinds of misinterpretation as to how and when and how soon can you get the band designate involved and what kind of legal rights do they have. They don't have those kind of rights. And like Lozelle said, we're not a delegated band designate. We are appointed through, most of us, through chief and council level. And we are that voice. We are the voice for chief and council. We are that voice for the community and for the families and for those children in terms of ensuring that we meet the best interest of that child.
I'm going to have to wrap it up at this point. Our House is in session, and many of us have to be there this afternoon and have other commitments. However, I want to say how much we appreciate all of your input. Much of what we talked about in this last little while is more applicable to the next segment of our task as a panel. We will be looking at the system as a whole, whereas at the moment, over the next few weeks, we just have to wrap up the actual death process piece. So thank you for the comments on all of those things. I'm hoping very much that once we get to that next segment, we're going to have an opportunity to have a conversation again, because I think you still have a lot to offer. You've really helped our panel this morning raise more awareness and reinforce the things that really need to change. And in particular, obviously, the communication issue between CFSA, DFNA, parents, the band designates, we have to do something, and that may be an area where our panel can look at. How can we find ways to encourage better communication so that children are not getting forgotten in all of this? So I do appreciate all of that, and I would also ask, if you haven't already done so, to please make submissions to the panel at panel.submissions@gov.ab.ca so that we've got as much information as possible as we go forward. It's greatly appreciated, and let's keep the dialogue open. Thank you so much.